removing, 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 removing,
your dreams to make you free. You gotta make them happen, man. Dream, baby, dream. Yeah, you gotta get the dreams burning, baby. Dream, baby, dream. Yeah, hold on tight, baby. Yeah, hold on tight to light. Light a fire if you dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Forever. Hey, baby. Yeah, you just hold on tight, you know? You hold on to the one thing that means anything. Your dream. Yeah, keep it burning forever, baby. Dream, baby, dream. Come on, baby, dreaming. Yeah, dreaming, baby. Yeah, dream forever. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream forever, baby.
You know, all we need is just sweet harmony. Just you and just me together. And darling, our love is a true love. Just you and just me together. And darling, our love is a true love. Just you and just me together. And darling, our love is a true love. Just you and just me forever. And that's all we need. Is just sweet harmony. Just you and just me together. And darling, our love is a true love. Just you and just me forever. And that's all we need. Our love and sweet harmony.
Gastar dinheiro com sintetizador é besteira.
Campeão, mas vou te garantir, deixa em 7 e não toca dentro da água não. Ah, é.
Tofu L.
Hello? Hello? Good afternoon. Welcome to the World Trade Center. More like the World Fade Center. Let's go. Come cash this fade. Handing out free phase. What's up, chat? What's good? What's Gucci? How we feeling? How we doing? Good to see you all. Oh. W Posada bot. What's up, everybody? Hello, hello. Good to see you all. Hi, hi, hi. What's cracking? How we feeling? How we doing? What's up, Bill Boneless? What's up, Durank Dank? What's up, Speed Razor? What's up, Mon Jacker? What's up, Jack? I'm gonna call you Jack. What's up, what's up, Stoutman? What's up, Violence Against the Rich? What's up, Moto Lemur? What's up, Salvage? What's up, Mad Cat? Did I say Mad Cat? Hello, Mad Cat. What's up, Durank Dank? Did I say Durank Dank? Hello. What's up, that weirdo over there? What's up, Punky Gal? What's up, Nicholas? What is up, Tech Tink? What is up? Who else is in here? Oh, that weirdo over there. Thank you so much for 14 whole months. I really appreciate it. Oh, also Ox Pecker. Thank you so much for 3 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. How's it going? What's up, Joker's Ace? What's up, who else is in here? Bolastan. Rat Party Sim. Welcome in. How we feeling? What's the vibe? What's Gucci? Okay, don't laugh when you see the drink that I'm drinking right now. My roommate bought a bunch of drinks. I'm assuming they like didn't have everything when like the DoorDash brought all the like drinks, like a bag of drinks from 7-Eleven. And usually when they do that, like they just like grab like random fucking energy drinks off the shelf. And looks like one of them that they got was one of these fucking guys. What are these fucking guys? So we're checking it out. I mean, it tastes like a I don't know. It's pretty like, I don't know. Let's see, what's the sugar level in this shit? Okay, 0 sugars. So it's like you're pretty much your typical energy drink, but how much caffeine is in this shit? I hope a lot. I hope a lot. Electrolytes. I feel the need to encourage people to transition from X to Blue Sky. Let's go off. Listen, I'm on Blue Sky, but listen, as somebody that is on Blue Sky and on Twitter, I can tell you this right now. You're not gonna get people to fully transition until you can absolutely say it is a replacement for Twitter. At this point, it is not. I rely on Twitter for a lot of like direct access to journalists, and they post their articles on Twitter. Not all of the journalists are on Blue Sky. I would love for them to be on Blue Sky so I could follow them there. You know what I mean? And there are a lot, actually. There are more and more. Definitely a lot more now. But still, like, there's still so much news that I would miss out on if I only looked at Blue Sky. Like, pretty much Blue Sky, the way I look at Blue Sky, at least for me personally, the way I look at Blue Sky currently, right now, which could change, is it's pretty much, that's where you go for a bunch of comfy posting. As of right now, it's still a pretty comfy place. I'm starting to get bot follows though over there, so I don't know how long that'll last. But like, yeah, you know, to like, go post amongst, you know, people you know and whatever, like that's great. But like, unfortunately, there's not a lot of fucking, you know, a lot of news to get out of Blue Sky. You're a news lady. It's kind of your job. Yeah. What's up, Single File Lines? Looking hella pretty. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Threya. Hello. Looking good, Tofu. Hey there. Thank you, Speed Razor. What's up, Two Based? Tofu extra slate tonight. Oh, thank you, everybody. Thank you. It's good to see everybody. We have plenty to look at. Of course, I'm late as usual. Dude, I don't even know. You can't fix me. I can't fix myself. I'm unfixable. I'm broken. I'm eternally broken. Okay? It's just like I can't handle it. You know? I will always be late. That's just me. That is just how I roll, you know? So whatever. I'm American. I'd vote for Tofu. Yeah. That's a bad idea. That's a horrible idea. I wouldn't vote for me. Nah, you're about on time. Nah, you're about on time. Who cares? Yeah, I'm only 3 hours late. You're right. You're right. I feel I mean, I don't know like if I can say that. Is that like I don't know if I can read your comment. Like I feel like it's not a like especially obviously like I don't know. I feel like it's not a big deal. I don't know. But you're feeling butch tonight? I love that. I love that for you. Right in Tofu chat, I'd vote for you for Prime Minister. Prime fucking sinister, more like. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I think enough gifted subs might fix you. You know what, Bill? You know what? I didn't really think about it like that. And you might be onto something. You might be onto something. Speaking of which, chat, you know, we took 2 weeks off, right? We took 2 weeks off. And we dropped a bunch of subs, so we're starting off the stream. We're at 0 out of 25. A reminder that when we hit the sub goal, it locks us in for comfy content. There's plenty of shit that we could do for comfy content tonight. So, you know, consider it. Tech Tink, let's fucking go. Thank you so much. Getting us started. 1 out of 25. Hell yeah. Thank you for gifting to the Shreya. Hell yeah. What's up, Samantha Altman? I'm in the stronghold of Minnesota, so I voted PSL for president and Dem for everything else today. Let's go. I'm not going to tell you. I told you guys, I said this yesterday. I'm not going to say what I'm voting on the presidential ticket because I don't want to come off as I'm telling people that they should vote the same way. If that makes sense, right? So I'll tell you how I voted on that, but like just maybe not until like after election day. But I will, however, fucking rant and rave and scream at the top of my fucking lungs about how I'm voting down ballot and how you should be voting down ballot and all of that. A reminder for our Los Angeles chatters, if you have any fucking questions about anything down ballot related in LA, hit me up. If you don't know what your district is, if you want to know like what the endorsements are for your district, and like, you know, if you don't understand a certain measure or a certain prop or a bill, whatever the fuck, like, let me know, ask the question. I'll stop what I'm doing and briefly go over it for you. Just a reminder. But yeah, yo, Tech Team, thank you for gifting to Violence Against the Rich. Let's go. Thank you so much. Also, Single File Lines with the gifting to Lucery Prime. You guys really want to make sure we fucking do comfy content today, huh? Love it. I love it. I want to do comfy content too, so huge W. Thank you so much for the 3 gifties. We are already at 3 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Insanely huge W. The exclamation point watching, did I update it? I did. Perfect. This is the playlist for today. I'm doing a new thing where I am doing a new playlist for every day so that we have old playlists that we could look back on in case we want to. If you want to like look back at a day and be like, what was the news on fucking whatever day that we went over on the Tofu Goes broadcast, and it'll be there. I don't know, just something I thought of. Either way, the tonight's thingy is right there in the chat, exclamation point watching. We can briefly go over what we're going to look at today. Yo, is this Grand Theft Auto? Thank you so much for the fresh Prime. I don't know why the alert didn't go off, but thank you so much. Thank you. Very, very kind. You could use that Prime anywhere, and you used it here. Speaking of Prime, don't buy this. Don't buy this. Don't support these people. But I haven't, so I'm drinking it. I'm fucking drinking it. Yo, Kairos with the 10 months. Thank you so much. How's it going? Thank you. Welcome in. Thank you so much, you guys. Yo, Adrian Vixen, let's go. You guys are fucking awesome. Adrian with the 19 months. Let's go. Huge W. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Hope you're well. Thank you, thank you. Chill. I didn't listen. It's not my fault. You guys are the one fucking blessing me right now. All right. We're already at 4 out of 25, chat. So if you want to make sure we do comfy content after the news, let's hit that sub goal. But let's go over what we're going to talk about today. There's a lot. I also want to make sure we do some music at the beginning. New music has come out. There is a lot of new music that I want to check out today. Holy fuck, actually. There's a lot of new music. We'll start it off with Daily Dose of Internet, of course. And then, man, I'm going to have to like maybe drop one of these off the list and hold it for tomorrow. But we have new Mogwai. We have new FKA Twigs that I missed while we were gone, while I was gone.
Hi, chat.
We have new Chat Pile. Speaking of which, Chat Pile, Frownland. We have new 454. We have new Rebecca Black. We have all kinds of fucking new music to check out. And then we'll get into the news. Top 5 stories you need to know today. News wrap from PBS. Top US and world headlines for Democracy Now! Eagle-Eye at McDonald's. Steve Bannon says he feels empowered after serving 4 months in prison for Trump. I fucking love it, dude. We'll take a look at that. We'll take a quick look at polls and what's going on for the big election with Reuters, and we'll take a look at this piece here from Democracy Now! Looking at the LA Times and Washington Post not endorsing Kamala Harris. So we'll take a look at that. Obviously, we have our Israel, Palestine, Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon news broadly to talk about. Some updates out of Lebanon. I also have a few articles that we're going to be looking at today from the LA Times. 14 sent to the hospital after suspected overdoses at men's central jail. I mean, yesterday I talked about men's central jail a lot, and I talked about, we talked about prisons yesterday, and it just is nonstop, man. So we'll take a look at this. Also, from ProPublica, Swept Away. It's like an interactive piece from ProPublica. Swept Away, what cities really take when they sweep homeless encampments. We'll take a look at that. Man, we have a whole bunch of other shit too. I want to look at. This is insane, dude. I mean, it's not insane. It's just like, I don't know. We have like more access now in modern times, and there's just more like blatant, like, it's just more, it feels more blatant because we have like more eyes on things, and the internet makes it so that we can spread information around pretty quickly, right? And so like we have like, I don't know, man, this is just such a funny thing. The woke gay general, right? General Milley, retired, tells bankers, thank you for your service. So, oh man, we'll take a look at this. Is Ken still banned? No, Ken is back. Ken is back. And then related in a certain way, it's all related. Basically, this is going to be the big subject tonight is going to be around like the military industrial complex, and we'll call it the public-private partnership. Okay, in the business of death. All right, is Israel turning Gaza into a high-tech concentration camp? Question mark. Private U.S. security firms, biometric checkpoints, and gated communities for Palestinians. What's being pitched as humanitarian aid is looking more like dystopian control. On that same subject, from Dropsite News, the Israeli-American businessman pitching a $200 million plan to deploy mercenaries to Gaza. Yesterday, we talked about OpenAI and AFRICOM doing a deal, and like all of this stuff is related, and it is all very fucking scary and horrible. So that's kind of going to be the main subject of tonight. Also this too. Fuck, we'll move this up a little bit closer here. Project 2025 creators have a plan to dismantle pro-Palestine movement. So Project 2025, you might have heard of it, has also has a plan to, how to deal with pro-Palestine, protests and demonstrations and organizations and sentiment generally in the United States. And pretty much it's just the expansion of the police state, just like you probably could already imagine. So we have a whole fuckload of shit to look at tonight. Like I said, also, if you're in Los Angeles and you have any questions at all about how to vote, please ask. If you have any questions about any of the seats, any you're like your district specifically, District 69, nice. Measure, any measures, any props, like if you have any questions, please ask and I will stop what I'm doing and I will point you in the right direction. Also, !LA voter guide in the chat for a link to this voter guide, which, by the way, tomorrow Cinemarxism and I are going to be interviewing Chris Rell, who is the author of this voter guide, who we interviewed last year because of the voter guide that they do. Nice. Yo, Stats, thank you so much for 2 months. Stats 69. Let's fucking go. Super fucking nice. Super fucking nice. You know what would be super nice, chat? If we could get fucking 69 subs today. Wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't that be crazy? Anyway, let's fucking get into it, chat. Oops. Not like this. Let's get into it. Let's start off with a daily dose of internet, and then we'll check out some new music videos that have dropped recently. !watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. Let's fucking get it. Let's go. Well, first.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. These guys in Oklahoma found a little rock that can only float in this specific area.
What the fuck?
I originally thought it was attached to a string, but the way he is holding it doesn't make me believe that's the case.
What is...
Oh, I touched it. You broke it. That's pretty cool.
Is it magnetic?
It's floating rock. And there's moss. Wait, what?
So why did he pick the...
What the fuck? I think it's magnetic with lodestone under the dirt. Lodestone. Magnetic soil? Fake? I mean, I would think the same thing too, but like even the Daily Dose guy said, like, look at the way he's holding it. Like, look at the way he like grabs it when it falls. Like, it's just like...
That's pretty
He rolls it around in his hand and he just like puts it back.
Rock. And there's moss. Wait, what?
So why did he pick the most awkward place possible to propose to her?
Why are you doing this here? No shot. You're a dumbass. You're a fucking dumbass. You're a fucking dumbass.
God damn. Anybody ever see a turtle run?
Shit.
Hey, I was gonna... Okay.
Oh. Oh. I was gonna help, bro. Damn.
No, are these bullet holes on the screen?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
America moment. America moment. The giggle is crazy.
Anything else?
No, are these bullet holes on the screen?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I know, it's crazy.
Okay. Come around.
These firefighters...
Like, what the... Dude.
Wanted to say hello to
the most American thing ever.
Kids.
What the fuck? Furries. Oh! Drunk furry.
This cat is
Drunk
actually
furry.
evil.
Oh. Oh!
This might be the
Wait, why
angriest
was there a
delivery driver
camera
of all
right there?
time.
Man. What?
Angriest delivery driver of all time.
Oh, man. Bro, you're like just out in the open doing that. Listen, like I feel you, like, but damn, bro. For your own good.
He really likes
the way he like put his phone up to take a picture after. Like I feel you, man. But damn, I'm just saying, like you're like now you're on the internet, you know, like fuck.
Impossible.
Oh. Oh. Whoa. It's a whole land of beer. Wow.
These guys are taking virtual reality super seriously.
Has anybody done this before? Stop. What the fuck? Nah, like leave that thing alone.
Sometimes nature works.
Wait, is that underwater?
To say if he snaps. Oh yeah, no, he's alive.
I thought they were like in a submarine or some shit. So that thing has water. Oh, that was so confusing.
Sometimes nature works exactly like a cartoon.
No way. That's fucking awesome. You just destroyed a whole fucking town, dude. Oh my.
They got a bunch of Teslas to synchronize with each other in this light show.
Oh my god. Dude, divorced activities. What? Dude. What what a super divorced dude does, like, you know, after dropping the kids back off at his wife's place for the week. Oh, yeah, super excited to drop the kids off and hand the kids off to the fucking, you know, to the old bitch ex-wife fucking next week, because I can show up to the fucking the Tesla meetup. It's gonna be so sick.
I looked it up. It's 1 in 2 million of how rare these are, and that is probably one of the prettiest blues and whites I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's
I've only
insane.
caught 2 of these my whole life, and this, just a comparison. That's what a regular lobster looks like next to it.
Crippin'.
I mean, look how pretty blue that is.
He couldn't figure out why this car was moving.
No way. No way. Stupid ass. Oh. Shut the fuck up. Damn.
Who's there? Hello?
Oh my god, this is a turtle fucking home invasion.
Oh my god.
This monkey couldn't believe it when he solved this Rubik's Cube.
My man is zooted.
She somehow managed to become best friends with a hornet.
Nah.
Hornets are friends,
dude.
not foe.
That thing is the size of your fist, lady. You are fucking insane. That shit will take off and fly away with you in its like tentacles or whatever the fuck you call them.
See?
Nah, it's gonna go in your nose. It's never gonna leave. It's gonna start controlling you from behind your eyes. No, dude, stop.
Ignore the clothes mess, but I'm so white. I'm so white. I reflect a bunch of light. You can light up a room with me.
The chance of something...
Ladies and gentlemen, the master
like
race.
this happening is so crazy.
No. What the fuck? Is she okay? Oh my, okay, the way that was like straight out of a fucking cartoon. Are you kidding me? What in the fucking Acme? Like,
the chance of something
that's
like
some Acme ass shit if I ever seen one, you know?
happening is so crazy.
Like what, like, that's like the only thing more Acme than this would be if somebody, like, you know, with a fucking, you know, a saw, like cut a circle around her from below. What the fuck? What's up, Dream Tuning? Oh my god. Oh, where did it come from?
Chloe, be quiet.
That's fucking insane. What's up, Rugla?
He didn't realize this was... He didn't realize this was a pregnancy reveal and thought the shirt was for his cat.
Oh my god, let's go! Torty!
The way he's gonna like have a mental breakdown, you know what I mean? Like have an existential crisis the moment he figures out that that's for a fucking baby human and that he's gonna be a fucking father. Watch his face just go, just blank stare, fucking nothingness, you know, just what?
Zach, it's not for the cat.
What's it for?
Just runs out the fucking house. Just sprints out of the house and starts the car.
No!
Oh, that's wholesome. Oh my god.
I think this is what the Russian citizenship test looks like.
Why is the bear doing that?
He managed to split this huge rock with just a hammer and some chisels.
Why though? Why are you doing that? Oh my god. Wait, what?
The instincts of this little baby kangaroo kicked in.
Are you on VPN? Why? Oh! Oh!
You can see the exact path
cozy.
a tornado took when going through a solar farm in Florida.
Dude. Dude. If this isn't the most, like, poetic, like... If this isn't, like, a metaphor... I don't know what the fuck is. Also, it kind of looks like a schlong. Anyway, but, now all I can think about is schlong. Never mind. Oh, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is wrong with these cats, dude? What? Fucking freak. Spider cat.
There's something wrong with this guy's car.
Oh no, we're taking fire, duck. Enemy fire. Enemy, Enemy fire.
These two cockatoos were having a pizza date together.
What the fuck, bro? Yo, me and who? Yo, this could be us, but you're playing.
To close
What
the
the
door
fuck?
after breaking inside.
He shut the door. Get out.
These guys pretended that they missed
Get
the cruise
out.
ship.
He playing. He gotta
Oh,
be
I've seen
playing.
this.
He playing. He not for real.
No! Oh!
I have never seen someone get scared like this before.
Oops. Wait, why did he go? Why is everything straight out of fucking like Looney Tunes today? Oh, wait. I can't make the fucking noise. You know what I'm saying? Like cartoon ass fucking shit. Oh my god, yeah, some Scooby-Doo ass shit, some Acme ass shit. Oh my god. Oh.
I guess in southern parts of the USA, it's common for high school students to drive golf carts to school.
Where? This is okay. I'm not gonna say what I was about to say. All right, Twitch will get mad at me.
I guess in southern parts of the USA, it's common for high school students to drive golf carts.
Dude, this is oh my god, I'm not gonna say it. I can't.
To school. There's a super.
Aren't golf carts not roadworthy? They're not, and that's why they're all driving on the sidewalk.
Tiny cave in Texas that people love to explore.
You good?
Oh, fuck. I should call her. What, dude?
So I guess alligators can climb over fences.
Let me out! Oh my god. Yay! Yay! Oh, yeah, you did it. Oh, you stupid ass! You stupid ass! That's so funny. Oh my god. You thought that was grass, silly puppy.
Do you have a trash can?
Yo, Ozer!
That was wicked as fuck.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again
Gorgeous.
very soon.
Gorgeous.
Later.
Okay, let's do some new music. Let's start off with this. This is a new song from Mogwai. This song's called Lion Rumpus.
Creatures. Dogs are really good at reminding us
about dogs
what is the most important thing in life, and what is essential to our survival and well-being is meaningful connection and love.
Oh my god. Best day ever. Mogwai, for some reason, lives in the same space in my brain as Broken Social Scene. I totally feel that. No, I totally feel that. I fucking love Broken Social Scene. Explosions in the Sky? I mean, I can feel Explosions in the Sky because of the instrumental nature of Mogwai's music. The hat, also the hat plus glasses combo goes hard. Yo, Durang Dink with the tier 2. Thank you. Thank you so much for tier 2. Thank you. Enjoy the emotes. I should fucking cover this.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard of a band called Mogwai. It's, they're based in... They're from Glasgow. They're from
Glasgow.
In Scotland. They've been around for ages, since the 90s. Okay. We met over there as a filmmaker.
But how do you explain Mogwai to people? It's a prog rock band.
I just say...
Prog rock.
From Gremlins.
And he's the best looking.
Awesome. Great. Love it. That record is so fucking good. Chad Powell's record is so fucking sick. It's so fucking good.
Go ahead, fool.
This is Beretta featuring Beretta with the Pig the Gemini by 454.
You know that it's super low key. We keep it to hide from police. They don't see a thing cause it's going to ski. Quit with the tricks by climbing the streets. I'm from the west side, but I stayed on the east. First little half, I was raised in the streets. So much pain is crazy to me, but it ain't no way they labeling me. And I'm gone all day like a sailor would be. Back home 4 days, need a trailer for sleep. In the city hallway, but my head in the beast. On tour, big stages, Chicago, a beast. It's truly unique. Check out the pockets, depend on the clean. I switch the shirt, it depend on the jeans. Ship me a 38, 40 and scene. Chemistry strong, you a tie like a team. Reminisce about nigga, not like a team. Work rich like I'm rocking cuisine. In the kitchen, you know that it's clean. Got the dishes, we flipping Celine. Every day we step so clean. Don't get Beretta, Beretta, Beretta. The high rise, got a new lap. Beretta, Beretta, Beretta. You know that you not on my lap.
That hat is so fucking awesome. Oh my god.
Baby, come fuck with us better. Beretta, Beretta, Beretta. We been had to gas on the pedal. I made this fly shit look easy. Posted with no IGBs. Late night, it was just me and my demons scheming. Tryna make money for the weekend. Was 13 and 14 when I in pieces. No recess, tone by gloss. I love my pops and I jump in the deep end. I be up early, can't afford to sleep in. She want a double back, I'm not into that. I ain't no running back. Girl, I sent a set. I took a loss and I went to go get it back. I felt the love wasn't real, I got rid of that. Yeah, I got rid of that. Ooh, me wasn't feeling that. She like it better over here with us. Say this where it's really at. Yeah, what's between you and I? You know that it's certified. You know I can't tell a lie. I can always spot a plot. Let them bullets fly, them bullets fly. Let them bullets fly. Let them bullets fly, them bullets fly. Let them bullets fly. Beretta, Beretta, Beretta. The high rise got a new lap. Beretta, Beretta, Beretta. You know that you not on my lap. Yeah, Beretta, Beretta, Beretta. Yeah, the baby come for us better. Beretta, Beretta, Beretta. We been had to gas on the pedal.
So sick. Holy melodies, man. God damn. So good. That was Beretta with Pig the Gemini by 454. Very fucking cool. One more before we go to the ads after this, chat. Oh, it's not even over yet. Let me shut the fuck up. I love that so much. It was such a sweet song, like such a very sweet melody. Very, very happy and fun. I love that. Now let's listen to Trust! Exclamation point by Rebecca Black. Let's go.
How do I even begin to describe Rebecca Black?
She's been auto-tuned so much, even Siri sounds more natural. I heard she has sex with Elon Musk.
Who even is Rebecca Black? I heard she's banned from singing in 7 countries.
I hope that's not true.
I heard she's
For her sake.
But her body's tea.
Boiler rooms used to be cool. Then Rebecca
Boiler
Black
rooms used to be cool. That's true.
Breaking news tonight.
DJ Girl Dick Cheney Boiler Room, Los Angeles, when someday. Okay. Not the ankle bracelet. What's with the fucking... Is that a bedazzled chainsaw? the male stripper ass fucking bailiffs in this fucking imaginary court, okay, chat? Ridiculous. A minute for the snap soon. That's how I always ride in the car. I drive in, that's how I sit in the car all the time. That's like next level bison.
Guilty.
That was fun. It was fun. That was Trust by Rebecca Black. That was fun. Exclamation point watching. Yeah, I'm more of a listen. I'm a fan of Rebecca Black's older work. Yeah, that's right. Rebecca Black's debut actually is my favorite, I think. You know. Anyway. Rebecca slaps. Listen, I fuck with Rebecca. You know, that song's fun. That's not something that I could listen to all the time. You know what I mean? But it's fun. It was a fun song. Safest way to ride in a car, but most people can't pull it off. That's true. That's true. What's up, Jonas Gwun? All right, chat. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist that contains all the videos that we have already watched so far. Coming up next, we're going to get into the news, chat. It's time. It's time to start the news, and as we always do, we're going to start it off with the top 5 stories you absolutely need to know today, according to Reuters. Then we're going to get into the news wrap from PBS. Then we're going to get into the top US and world headlines from Democracy Now!, aka Democracy in a Few Minutes. Because first, chat, before we continue on, we must run an ad break because it's been about an hour since we started the stream. Don't you worry, though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to even more super exclusive, super top secret Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as helping me, your favorite streamer of all time ever, getting closer to helping me, your favorite streamer ever, getting closer to achieving Partner Plus, which would give me a 70-30 split of all the money you also generously give to me every month. You can also support by throwing a sub at one of your favorite chatters in the chat that is unsubbed. If you are one of those unsubbed chatters like Zyram or Moto Lemur or Jonas Glun or anybody else, make sure to say hi in the chat, throw some emotes in the chat, or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. You can also throw bits or a dono my way, $3 specifically for a TTS message. So if I'm ignoring your chats and you want to yell at me, pay me $3 and I'll pay attention to you. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere, BRB. we're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. If you had to sit through some ads, thanks for doing that. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of supporting the stream, Single File Lines, thank you so much for hooking up Zyram with a gifty. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Let's get back into it. Let me fucking... Bitch. Stupid ass hair. One sec. All right, we're back. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thank you again, Single File Lines. Very, very kind, very generous. Let's get back into it. Or let's get started. Let's start off with the top 5 stories you absolutely must know today. Then we'll get into the PBS News Wrap, and then the top US and world headlines from Democracy fucking now, except Democracy later. Let's do it. Number 1. US politicians and celebrities blast a Trump-allied comedian for calling Puerto Rico garbage. Number 2. Sources say China's Xi Jinping pressed Joe Brandon to alter US language on Taiwan. Number 3. Hezbollah elects Naim Qassem to succeed slain leader Hassan Nasrallah. Number 4. Israel votes to ban a UN aid agency, UNRWA, as Palestinians say 100,000 residents are trapped. As Palestinians say? Number 5, the Pentagon says there will be no new limits on Ukraine's use of, U.S. arms if North Korea joins Russia's war. So it's interesting saying that at the same time as the State Department has, like, quote unquote, confirmed this, that there are North Korean troops being sent to fight in Ukraine. Like, how can both of these things be happening at the same time, right? Like, I still am, you know, kind of sus on whether or not North Korea actually has boots on the ground in Ukraine. But, you know, we'll see how that turns out. We'll see, you know. All right, news wrap from PBS. Let's check it out.
We start the day's other headlines in Lebanon. The Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah has chosen the cleric Naim Qassem as its new leader. He's been acting head since the previous longtime leader, Hassan Nasrallah, was assassinated in an Israeli airstrike last month. The 71-year-old Qassem has served among the group's top ranks since the early 1990s. Today, Israel's defense minister responded with an apparent threat, writing on social media that he's a, quote, temporary appointment, not for long.
Oh, my God.
The announcement comes after Israeli airstrikes killed at least 60 people across Lebanon's Bekaa Valley. And today, a Hezbollah rocket struck a neighborhood in northern Israel, killing one person. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warned today that Russia's planned use of North Korean troops on the front lines would push the war beyond the borders of Ukraine and Russia. Zelensky also said he spoke with South Korea's president, and the two agreed to boost cooperation and intelligence sharing. The Pentagon says North Korea sent close to 10,000 troops to train in eastern Russia with a plan to move them to the front line in the next several weeks.
A portion of those soldiers have already moved closer to Ukraine towards Russia's Kursk.
Training in Russia is a lot different than being deployed to Ukraine, to fight in Ukraine. You know what I mean? Like, there are Japanese soldiers in America training. There are American soldiers in Japan training. There's like, how many, like, there are so many American military bases in Africa. We talked about it yesterday, like 29 bases across the continent of Africa that US AFRICOM operates out of. How many fucking, you know, Americans are training all over the fucking everywhere. You know, like, are Americans not training and doing like war games and like joint training operations and drills with South Korea? I don't know, man. It's just I like until we have like actual confirmation, right? Like, this feels like more, you know, fear mongering, just a consistent Just the same old fear mongering that we're used to. Insert fucking, rival nation here. We'll fucking see. We'll fucking see.
Near the border with Ukraine, approximately a couple thousand, with a smaller number already present.
China or Russia? I don't know off rip for Russia. I mean, we could look it up, but I know China has like 1 military bases. I have it saved somewhere. Oh, here we go. Sorry for the flashbang. But let's see. Australia has 2 bases, 1 in Malaysia, 1 in United Arab Emirates. Bangladesh has 1 in Kuwait. China has 1 in Djibouti, deep inside of Djibouti. Deep inside of Djibouti. France has 1 in Germany, Djibouti, Ivory Coast, Gabon, Senegal, Chad, Iraq, Jordan, and United Arab Emirates. Germany has 1 in France and Lithuania. Greece has 1 in Cyprus. India has 1 in Tajikistan, Bhutan, Madagascar, Oman, Mauritius. How do you pronounce this state again? Mauritius? Republic of Mauritius. Seychelles. Iran has 1 in Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Tajikistan. Israel has 1 in Syria. Italy has 1 in Djibouti and Niger. Japan has 1 in Djibouti. There's a lot of bases in Djibouti, inside of Djibouti. Pakistan has 1 in Saudi Arabia. Russia has Armenia, Belarus, Burkina Faso, Central African Republic, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Libya, Mali, Moldova, Niger, Syria, Tajikistan, Ukraine. Saudi Arabia has 1 in Bahrain, Djibouti, Yemen. Singapore has 1 in Brunei, Taiwan and Thailand. Turkey has 1 in Albania, Azerbaijan. Okay, so let's cut to the chase here. Let's cut to the fucking chase. The United States has its own whole ass section. Okay. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3. No, I'm not gonna count them. There's too many. There's just too fucking many. The United States has its own section, you guys. Like, that's all. Like, look at all of those. And then look at China and Russia's, right? Russia has the next like more considerable amount, right? Most of them looks like in Africa, but like we talked about yesterday, the United States has 29 bases across Africa that AFRICOM operates out of. China has 1 inside of Djibouti, and that's it. I didn't see North Korea on here anywhere. I mean, listen, you know what I mean? I'm not like a simp. I'm not like a North Korea fan. I'm not like, you know what I mean? It's not the socialism with Korean characteristics. It's not for me. But that, but this is the point is like, look at this. Look at the United States. Anywho, let's continue.
The rest at this time, of course, training out in the east, but fully expect that they'll move in that direction at some point.
Russia, meanwhile, raised tensions even further today by launching a massive simulation of the country's nuclear capabilities. President Vladimir Putin has frequently hinted at the use of nuclear force to deter Western support for Ukraine. And Russia continued its very real air assault on Ukraine. Overnight bombing killed at least 4 people and flattened a neighborhood near Kharkiv. In the UK, a teenage murder suspect has been charged with producing a poison and a terror offense months after a stabbing rampage that killed 3 young girls. The alleged attack happened this summer at a children's dance class at a community center in northwest England. During a search of the 18-year-old's home, authorities found an al-Qaeda training manual on his computer, resulting in the terrorism.
The title of the training manual was like, hold on, it was like, dude, I literally realized I was just about to type in al-Qaeda training manual into Google. I'm gonna get a knock on my fucking door. You can't just type shit like that. Fuck, where did I see it? The title of it, it was really funny. It was like, did I see it on Twitter? Because I don't want to Google it. So I have to find it now. Where did I see it? Oh, fuck. This is gonna be so impossible. Did I save it, maybe? The title, I just... Fuck, let's see. Did I save it? No, I don't think I did. It was something like... It literally said in the name, like, the Al-Qaeda training manual. And I'm just like... It was like something, the Al-Qaeda, like, it was like something, like, colon, like, the Al-Qaeda training manual. It was just like... All right, like, it might as well have just said, like, terrorist instructions, like, how FBI, don't look here, top secret. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, all right, I mean, I don't know. All I know is that this created, you know, this sent fucking racists fucking hog wild and running through the streets trying to fucking, you know, do pogroms and shit. Did you just link? Do I click it? Ken, I don't know if I want to click it. What is irp.fas.org? Al-Qaeda training manual. Oh, that's fucking awesome. I'm not clicking that.
Charge. They also discovered one of the deadliest
I'm already on that list.
World.
Federation of American Scientists. Okay. The attach was located by the Manchester. Okay. The attach was located by the Metropolitan Police during search of an Al-Qaeda member's home. Wait. This isn't the same one that the like kid had though, right?
Rudy Cabana already faces 3 charges of murder, 10 charges of attempted murder, and 1 charge of possession of a knife. Searches of Axel Rudy Cabana's home address resulted in an unknown substance being found. Testing confirmed the substance as ricin.
Police have resisted classifying the attack itself as a terrorist incident because the suspect's motive is still unclear. Back here at home, Steve Bannon was released from federal prison early this morning. Donald Trump's longtime ally posted on social media the moment he walked free from a correctional facility in Connecticut. Bannon served a 4-month sentence for defying a subpoena in the congressional probe into the January 6th Capitol attack. Within hours of his release, he was back on his podcast.
Dude, yeah, no, he's fine. Like, he took the time. Dude, this is classic mob shit, dude. You just do the time, man. You're fine. You just hang out. Also, were you hitting the fucking tanning bed inside? Listen, where did he serve? It's a federal prison, right? I'm pretty sure it's a federal prison. And federal prisons are, you know, when you're a high profile person like Stephen Bannon, you're taking a little like extended stay at like a hotel, essentially, right? It's just like a hotel extended stay. You go away for a few months. You read some books. You know what I mean? You can still do your phone calls. I think they even still give you internet access. Like, you know what I mean? You can have your meetings still. People can meet you, and you can have meetings still. Like you just gotta like live in this hotel for like a few months, right? Like, and you come out and you know Trump's got you. Right, especially if he wins the election, and you know, like, you know, the whole rest of the gang's got your back. Like, there's money for you waiting. There's like a bag for you waiting, you know, from the gang as soon as you get out, because you did what you were supposed to do. I think he went to high security one with like Madoff or whatever. Oh, really? Philosophy Tube's Steve Bannon video goes hard. It's old, but fuck this dude. There, I said it. Damn, dude, taking a stance against Stephen Bannon. That's brave, bro. He spent some time in the yard. Yeah. I mean, listen, good for him. Good for him. To do some push-ups.
2020 election deniers and conspiracy theories.
God, he looks
Bannon
horrible.
also held a news conference in New York where he said he felt empowered by his time in prison to help Trump win.
Yeah, he felt empowered.
Robert
He was
F.
sunning his perineum, you know what I mean, in the yard whenever he could, whenever he had a moment outside. He whipped that thing out.
Junior's name will remain on presidential ballots in the critical swing states of Wisconsin and Michigan after the U.S. Supreme Court rejected his request for an injunction late today. The independent candidate suspended his campaign in August and endorsed former President.
RFK, photo evidence of RFK Jr., Donald Trump handshaking him. Like, he did the Donald Trump to Donald Trump. Look at that. He pulled him in. And he rubbed the top of his hand afterwards. You know, gave him a little one of those.
Donald Trump. The states had argued that removing his name so close to the election and with early voting already underway would be impossible. The justices did not explain their reasoning for rejecting the appeal. President Biden is awarding nearly $3 billion to reduce air pollution from the nation's ports. Speaking from the recently reopened Port of Baltimore, Mr. Biden announced grants that would upgrade port infrastructure with climate-friendly equipment at 55 sites across 27 states.
What exactly does climate-friendly equipment mean?
He said it wasn't just a matter of modernization, but of safety.
Ports are the linchpin. The linchpin to...
I mean, obviously, I support, like, you know, upping the ability of the ports to operate or something like that. I wish they were, you know, nationalized with strong unions representing the workers and things like this. But like, I don't know. I can't help but feel like most of the time, right, when we're talking about like the climate friendly infrastructure that we're talking about, unfortunately, these days is shit that is not exactly climate friendly, actually. You know what I mean? Where like when you scale it out and in mass, like it becomes actually pretty not climate friendly when we're just like doing, you know, using a bunch of lithium batteries and like blah 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 blah. If we're like upping fracking, all of it's for naught.
America's supply chain. They keep goods moving, keep the economy strong.
Yeah.
For too long, they've run on fossil fuels and aging infrastructure,
Fossil
putting workers
fuels.
at risk and exposing nearby communities to dangerous
Wait, I thought we
pollution.
liked fossil fuels.
Biden also made clear these investments will go toward machinery that's, quote, operated and maintained by people, not by robots. The sites support about 40,000 union jobs in an industry that's worried about the impact of artificial intelligence.
But like, how are you going to make sure that the companies in question here don't do that, right? Without like regulation or something to force them not to, right? Because otherwise, like, it's just in the hands of the unions, which they have really strong unions. But I don't know.
And automation. On Wall Street today,
Stonkers.
And we have a passing of note. Actress Terry Garr has died. She starred in some of the best-loved comedies of the 1970s and 80s, including as the German lab assistant in the Mel Brooks classic Young Frankenstein.
Would you like to have a roll in the hay? Roll in the hay.
She also played Dustin Hoffman's girlfriend in Tootsie, which earned her an Oscar nomination. And Garr took on more serious roles in films such as Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Later in her
I was
career,
like, wait,
she was known
this
to
is Close
millions
Encounters
for
of
playing the long-lost mother to Lisa Kudrow's character in Friends. Her publicist says Gar died of multiple
I got
sclerosis,
so confused.
surrounded by family and friends. Terry Gar was 79 years old. Still to come
rest in
on
peace.
the News Hour, we examine the contrasts between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's education policies. Southeast Georgia becomes a focal point for both campaigns in the critical swing state. And the story of a child abuse victim who was forced to collect her own evidence to prove she wasn't lying.
Oh, Jesus, that's fucking horrible. What a Jesus. What the fuck? All right, let's do Democracy Now.
Welcome to Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
In northern Gaza, at least 93 Palestinians, including children, were killed today when an Israeli airstrike leveled a 5-story apartment building sheltering displaced families in Beit Lahia. Dozens of wounded people were rushed to the Kamal Adwan hospital only to be denied care. Just one doctor and a few exhausted medical workers remain at the hospital after Israeli forces in recent days raided the facility, separated men and women, arrested much of the remaining staff and patients. UN Human Rights Chief Volker Turk has called Israel's ongoing siege of northern Gaza the darkest moment of the conflict.
There's like
the Israeli government's policies and
exclamation point watching if you want to see.
Risk emptying the area of all Palestinians. We are facing what could amount to atrocity crimes, including potentially extending to crimes against humanity.
Israel's parliament, the Knesset, has approved a law banning the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine from operating inside Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories. The UN agency, known as UNRWA, is tasked with providing food, health care, and social services to Palestinians as a critical lifeline to Gaza's surviving 2.3 million residents who face widespread famine and malnutrition due to Israel's unrelenting year-long assault. The ban on UNRWA was approved in a 92-10 vote with the full support of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ruling Likud party. Israeli lawmaker Sharon Haskell co-authored the legislation.
If the United Nations is not willing to clean this organization from terrorism, from Hamas activists, then we have to take measures to make sure that they cannot harm our...
There's zero evidence of terrorists. Like, dude... They literally suspended operations immediately and investigated immediately and let go a bunch of people preemptively, even though it ended up being the case that there was no provable connections between Hamas and UNRWA. Because what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
People ever again.
Philippe Lazzarini, the head of UNRWA, called the bill's passage a dangerous precedent, collective punishment, and a violation of the UN Charter and international law.
Which also, by the way, like, when people keep telling you, oh, but Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, they support, you know, an increase in aid. They want to get an increase in aid into Gaza. Well, here's the thing. Israel is doing everything in its power to make sure that aid doesn't go into Gaza. Like, it just suspended the number one agency responsible for getting all of the aid into Gaza. Like, even all of the other aid organizations involved, like, use the logistic infrastructure of UNRWA. You're like, by banning UNRWA, you are essentially like cutting off aid to the region. Okay, like, and that is like fundamentally at odds with the supposed policy, for the region in foreign policy for the region, for Kamala Harris and Joe Brandon.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called it unacceptable and said the ban would have devastating consequences for Palestinian refugees. Its passage has increased support for a Palestinian Authority initiative to expel Israel from the United Nations General Assembly.
And we're going to talk about that too. Like, so people in the United Nations are pushing to expel Israel from the General Assembly, which, yeah, absolutely should be done. Absolutely. But in response to that, like, Ted Cruz is like saying that we just need to go all out. Like this is proof that the United Nations is like an enemy of the United States, and then like he's getting together with other like lawmakers, 105 a bipartisan group of 105 lawmakers to like oppose the UN.
Lebanon's health ministry says at least 60 people were killed as Israeli strikes pounded the eastern Bekaa Valley, including the city of Baalbek. At least 2 of the dead were children. The killings bring the death toll from Israeli attacks on Lebanon to over 2,700. Meanwhile, multiple Israeli airstrikes on Monday collapsed entire residential buildings and sparked fires in the southern port city of Tyre. A survivor said the attacks were aimed at civilians.
What do you expect us to do? They fired at random. They are not hitting military targets. They are only targeting civilians. Can you see people fighting? Why are they targeting us? Are we fighting them?
Meanwhile, Hezbollah has announced Naim Qassem will succeed Hassan Nasrallah as Secretary General following Israel's assassination of Nasrallah in an airstrike last month. Qassem said Hezbollah fighters are continuing to repel Israeli attacks along the border and that the group's military...
Tofu, is this really the darkest chapter? I hope so. I hope this is the darkest chapter, because then it can only get better from here. If I'm being honest, if I'm being honest about how I feel about it, like I feel honestly that things will probably continue to get worse before they get better, right? I believe that things will get better, but things will probably get worse before they do.
Structure remains intact. South Africa Monday filed over 750 pages of evidence in its genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice in The Hague. South Africa says the documents lay out how Israel is, quote, promoting the destruction of Palestinians living in Gaza, physically killing them with an assortment of destructive weapons, depriving them access to humanitarian assistance, causing conditions of life which are aimed at their physical destruction, and using starvation as a weapon of war, and to further Israel's aims to depopulate Gaza through mass death and forced displacement of Palestinians, unquote. Over 30 countries and regional blocs are supporting South Africa's case at the International Court of Justice. In Jerusalem, hundreds of protesters rallied outside Israel's Knesset Monday to demand a Gaza ceasefire deal and an exchange of hostages. Israeli police arrested 9 of the protesters as they nonviolently blocked a road near the residence of Prime Minister Netanyahu.
It's solidarity with the hostages. We want our Prime Minister to make a deal, to cut a deal. We want the war to stop. We want the stop of killing and everything. We want, a sane country. That's it. We want to live. I'm 55 years old. I have 4 kids. I'm doing this for my kids.
More than 1,000 writers and publishing industry figures have signed on to what they're calling the largest ever cultural boycott against Israeli institutions. In an open letter, the authors denounced the ongoing genocide in Gaza, writing, quote, Israeli cultural institutions, often working directly with the state, have been crucial in obfuscating, disguising, and art-washing the dispossession and oppression of millions of Palestinians for decades, unquote. Donald Trump is appearing before supporters in Allentown, Pennsylvania today as fallout mounts over his racist Madison Square Garden rally, which included this now viral so-called joke from the right-wing so-called comic Tony Hinchcliffe.
I love this.
There's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
What do you mean? You're right here.
Allentown,
the floating
Pennsylvania
where?
Is a majority
I only see garbage right here in Pennsylvania.
34,000 Puerto Ricans. Pennsylvania, the state, is home to 450,000 Puerto Ricans.
Whoopsie! Dumbass. 500,000 fucking Puerto Ricans in the fucking state that you're in, you're like, oh shit, wait. God.
Including Bad Bunny and Ricky Martin showed their support for Kamala Harris following the comments. Bad Bunny endorsed her. CNN has banned the right-wing commentator Ryan Girdusky.
Damn,
after
Bad Bunny has joined the fucking... Wait, I thought Bad Bunny was conservative. Why did I think that it was... Was I thinking of somebody else? Who was I thinking of? Like it was like a reggaeton, like a Latin American, like not a Latin American, a Latin star, like a pop star that was like taking out billboards for like some political campaign. I don't fucking remember. I'm probably just making shit up in my brain. You were thinking of Kid Rock? Latin pop star? Yeah, you're probably right.
Old Zateo journalist Mehdi Hassan on air quote.
Dude, this was still like, we talked about this yesterday, obviously, but goddamn, this shit is still insane.
Hope your beeper doesn't go off.
What an insane. He got banned from CNN, dude. Like, that's how, dude. I've seen crazy shit. Like we were talking about this yesterday, for example. I prefaced it with like about a month ago, I remember watching somebody else's stream and they were watching a panel on CNN where they were just, it was like multiple people arguing that there are some certain types of people whose DNA, who have bad DNA in their words. That some people are genetically predisposed to be violent criminals, more so than other types of people with different types of DNA, just doing straight up fucking race science eugenics on CNN. And like my point being that I've seen crazy shit on CNN, and you gotta be fucking crazy to get banned from CNN. Like, you gotta have done something fucking insane.
Referenced Israel's terrorist attack in Lebanon last month that killed 37.
Like, that's how fucked up it is. That's how fucked up what you did is. And like we said yesterday, it's just proof, evidence of how people like him speak when he feels comfortable, like he's in good company, right? When he's in his Telegram channels, when he's in, Discord channels, Slack channels, group messages, you know what I mean? Group chats. Think of the unimaginably fucked up genocidal shit he jokes about just super nonchalantly with his friends and colleagues, right? He's so comfortable doing that it just slipped out while he was on live television on CNN.
People and injured thousands by implanting and detonating explosives in personal pager devices. This is their exchange Monday on CNN Newsnight.
Nobody wants to be called Nazis. It's very inflammatory. But if you don't want to be called Nazis, stop doing.
You're called an anti-Semite more than anyone else at this table.
Yeah.
You get called anti-Semite more than anyone at this table, and he's like, yes, I do. Because I am pro-Palestine. Yes, I do get called that. Probably more than anyone at this table. Yeah, probably. God.
No, by me. I never called you an anti-Semite. Okay. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians. So I'm used to it.
Yeah, I hope your beeper doesn't go off.
The way, like, I'm still fucking fuming, just, ooh, like, I can't believe you said that, motherfucker.
The thing is that
you just say I should die?
You should not.
No,
Did you just say I should be killed?
No, I didn't say you should be killed. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Let's look at the logs. Let's look at your logs. Like, you should let us all look into all of your like social media accounts and see what kind of shit you talk about behind the scenes. You know what I mean? I'd love to be a fly on the wall when you're out to lunch, out getting drinks with your colleagues and your friends, right? I'd love to hear the fucking genocidal, fucking insane fascist shit that you just fucking spit when you think you're in good company. Oh my God, dude. Technically, I only was saying you should be maimed. Right? What's up, Jada?
Host Abby Phillip apologized to Mehdi Hassan following the incident, and CNN released a statement reading, quote, "There is zero room for racism
CNN
or
is
bigotry
insane.
at CNN or on our air." Philadelphia's District Attorney Larry Krasner suing Elon Musk over his $1 million daily giveaways to Pennsylvania voters, calling it a, quote, illegal lottery scheme. Musk's super PAC has already handed out over $9 million to swing state voters, roughly half of them in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's vowed to create an official position for Musk and his administration if Trump is reelected. The FBI says it's investigating three separate...
An official position, also same with RFK. In charge of all like health, or whatever health things, health related things. I don't know. What is the thing? What it would be the position I saw on the Twitter? Trump. Yeah, oh my bro. RFK Jr. said Trump promised him control of the HHS and USDA, bro. Oh fuck me, man. Like I can only laugh just thinking about how fucking horrible that is. Like how horrible it would be to have him at the helm of these institutions. Brain worms for America. Oh my God, dude. Did you see that Elon admitted that he and Trump plan to crash the economy if they win? I did not see that. But it makes sense though. I did not.
On ballot boxes in the Pacific Northwest. One of the attacks destroyed hundreds of ballots in Washington State's Clark County, a precinct that's home to a closely watched congressional race in Vancouver. Other attacks damaged ballot boxes in Portland, Oregon, and nearby Vancouver, Washington. Police in Portland have identified a suspect vehicle in the case. Oregon Secretary of State condemned the arson as, quote, an attack on our democracy, unquote. And the World Meteorological Association warned Monday the world is falling miles short on action to stave off the worst impacts of climate change.
No.
With carbon dioxide concentrations soaring to a...
Really? What? I'm just finding this out for the first time right now. I didn't know.
Record high of
really?
420 parts per million.
But look how pretty the sky is, chat. Will you listen? Look on the bright side, okay? Look on the bright side. We wouldn't have such pretty sunsets if we didn't have all that fucking shit in the fucking sky. You know, like look at Los Angeles. We have beautiful sunsets here, right? That's because there's all the smog. You saying you don't like sunsets? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Are you saying you don't like pink sunsets?
Last year. The WMO says the last time the Earth's atmosphere held so much carbon dioxide was 3 to 5 million years ago.
Dude,
when
make
global
Earth great again.
Temperatures were up to 4 degrees Celsius warmer and sea levels were 10 to 20 meters higher. Co Barrett is the WMO's Deputy Secretary General.
Pink is gay.
Carbon dioxide is accumulating in the atmosphere faster than at any time experienced during human existence. And because of the extremely long lifetime of CO2 in the atmosphere, we are committed to rising temperatures for many, many years to come.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
In New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in Chicago.
Hi, Juan. Hi, Amy, and hello to our listeners and viewers
across
at home,
the country and around the world.
Around the world, whatever. I tried. Don't worry, Tofu. We're inventing clouds that have denser elements in them to adjust the albedo? fettuccine albedo and thus reject more sunlight, meaning our future will be hotter but less sunny as a method of cooling and allowing us to burn fossil fuels amid swamp ass. Swamp ass. Let's go. Swamp ass. W swamp ass. W swamp ass. All right. How are we doing on time? We have 18 minutes until the ads run. Let's get into some other specific news, chat. We're going to start off with this right here. W swamp ass from the Los Angeles Times. All right. So, you know what we haven't had in a while, chat? We haven't had a good cop fentanyl scare in a while, right? It's been a minute, right? Since that's something like that's been in the news. Yeah, chill tofu. We got DARPA with illegal Chinese, Mexican, trans, communist pilots to change the weather after we're done punishing Florida. The climate will recover. Shh. I know that, but don't give away the game. Swamped ass, a climate change caused disease, and they said climate change was harmless. SMH, dude. SMH. All right, let's check out this from Los Angeles Times. 14 sent to hospital after suspected overdoses at Men's Central Jail. 3 weeks, and we talked a lot about Men's Central Jail yesterday. We talked a lot about prisons generally, but more specifically Men's Central Jail. But let's get into it. 3 weeks after one man died from a suspected overdose at a downtown jail, authorities said another 7 Men's Central Jail inmates were hospitalized early Tuesday morning following another potential drug exposure incident. Shortly before 7 a.m., jail deputies responded to a medical emergency in the Boucher Street Jail's 5,600 dorm. According to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. In addition to taking life-saving measures, including giving the men the overdose-reversing drug naloxone, deputies requested help from the Los Angeles Fire Department. Whoa, is there no in-between? Hello? Guess not. Paramedics took all 7 men to local hospitals as a precautionary measure, though fire officials said 6 were stable and conscious. 1 was in critical condition. We're really praying that he makes it, Sheriff Robert Luna said in a press conference later Tuesday morning. We have a zero tolerance policy for any narcotics in any of our custody facilities. So there will be a very thorough investigation about how, what, when, why, and all that. Because we need to figure out how this happens so we can prevent it from happening again. We're all trying to figure out who did this, chat. I wonder in these high security facilities, right? Like, how is it that despite all of the measures, all of the x-rays, the drug sniffing dogs, and the hand swabs, like the cotton swab testing for drug residue and on people's clothes and hands and bags, like, how is it that drugs and weapons and things like this still flow in and out of these prisons? We're all trying to figure out how this is happening, chat. Maybe we'll get to the bottom of this if we keep reading. After the incident, jailers cleared out the dorm, then went back later in the day to search the area for drugs. Just before 3 p.m., officials said 7 custody staff conducting that search were taken to local hospitals after, quote, experiencing symptoms potentially related to today's earlier suspected overdose incident, according to the department. So, 7 staff when searching the area where people possibly overdosed, they said they started feeling bad. They started feeling not good. And they were like, oh no, take us to the hospital. I think the fentanyl got to us. Like, we're still doing this despite like all of the debunking that has been done around this. I thought we moved past this, right? Because it had all been debunked, and this is just not a thing. You can't just like be near fentanyl and die. Like, that's not how that works. It never has worked that way. It has always been bullshit, right? But no, we're still doing this, and it just, like, you know, it's great, classic stuff. You were supposed to take away the drugs, not take the drugs. That's the thing, is like, They were just in the area, searching the area. There's like, they didn't even say that they came into contact with anything or picked anything up or anything spilled, or like, they were just in the room, like looking around. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? The department did not specify what those symptoms were or explain exactly how the jailers may have been exposed, but that they were only sent to the hospital as a precaution. They all remained conscious and in stable condition, the department said. Go figure. Go fucking figure. In a statement Tuesday, the sheriff's department said it is working to keep drugs out of the jails with the help of male scanners, body scanners, and drug-sniffing dogs. The department is optimistic that in the near future, the statement continued, we will have the use of updated technological solutions, including more advanced body and property scanners that will further assist us in minimizing illicit substances in the jails. Let me suggest something real quick, okay? Considering this, right? Let me suggest that, consider this. No matter how much money you spend, right? And you could, on all of this, the most high-tech shit, you could have the best gear. You could have all of the best x-rays. You could have all the best fucking technology, whatever the fuck it is. Whatever it is, body scanners, male scanners. You could have all the drug sniffing dogs. You could be cotton swabbing everybody as they go in and out. It doesn't matter, because if the cops themselves are the ones responsible for operating all of the fucking technology and doing all of the checks, you know what I mean? And if the cops themselves are the ones responsible for making sure that drugs don't go in and out of the jails, you're going to continue having that problem. You're going to continue to have that problem, and we're going to continue to be like, huh, how is it that drugs and guns and knives and and cell phones and all of this stuff continue to come in and out of this of the jail, no matter what? But we have all these cops running all these checks, searching everybody. I wonder if maybe the cops are the ones responsible, chat. What do you guys think? Do you think it's a possibility? Maybe. The department has also worked to address the problem by investigating its own employees. In April, a sheriff's deputy who was part of a task force focused on keeping the county lockups free of drugs and gang activity was arrested and accused of smuggling drugs into one of the county jails. You mean to tell me the sheriff's deputies that are responsible for making sure drugs don't go in and out of the jails are the ones taking drugs in and out of the jails? Holy shit, chat. Holy shit. I feel like when you boil it down, it shows how cops and security and whoever else look at drug users as second-class citizens or like a lower class of human or like a lower class of human, because if a drug user can take this drug that is so dangerous to you just by being next to it, can be taken by them. Imagine how horrible of humans they must be. Well, we're going to get to something that kind of maybe relates to what I think you're saying, in that it leads to police not wanting to help somebody if they are having an overdose. If the cop is suspecting you, if a jailer, if a corrections officer or whatever the fuck suspects that somebody may be like overdosing, they just won't get near you because they're too afraid of coming into contact with drugs on their skin or breathing it in near you. Like, they just don't help. They just let you fucking sit there and die until they like call like, a medical professional. They just like sit there and stand by. Like, literally, that's what we're getting to. Drug use and drug overdoses have been persistent problems inside the jails. On October 8th, 7 people were hospitalized and 1 man in his 30s died from suspected overdoses in a holding cell at the inmate reception center. Authorities have not said what drugs were involved or how the inmates might have obtained them. In June, 6 inmates and 2 jailers at another county jail were taken to the hospital after they were exposed to a, quote, toxic substance, which jail officials have since confirmed was fentanyl, though it is not clear how the inmates and staff came into contact with it. At Tuesday's news conference, Luna said being around fentanyl in any, quote, shape, way, or form. Being around fentanyl in any shape, way, or form could cause immediate death. Do we still have? Yes. Like, immediate death. Coming into contact, just getting near fentanyl in any way, shape, or form, you just die immediately. Just fall over, dead. It's a wrap. GG's. You're so stupid, bro. You're so fucking stupid. You are so fucking stupid. Medical experts, however, have repeatedly, that's why I'm saying, like, we've gone over this. I thought we've moved past this, but no, cops are still like hallucinating that they are like, you know, they're convincing themselves that they're overdosing on fentanyl if they even like think they came near somebody who may have touched fentanyl in the past. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Medical experts, however, have repeatedly debunked claims that fentanyl can be absorbed simply through skin contact. The drug is routinely used by doctors during surgeries, and overdoses typically involve smoking, injecting, or inhaling illicit fentanyl. Leo Beletsky, a professor of law and health sciences who studies addiction at Northeastern University, said law enforcement officials have repeatedly misstated the dangers of fentanyl exposure in recent years. Yeah, it has been conclusively shown that you cannot overdose by touching or accidentally breathing in fentanyl, and it does not have magical powers that supersede the laws of science or nature, he told The Times, adding that inaccurate information could discourage people from aiding folks who may be experiencing an overdose. And I am so afraid, like, if we could have access to those numbers, if they were somehow monitored and quantifiable, right? Obviously, something like that would probably not be, which is part of the issue. Like, I'd be horrified to know what those numbers are. I'd be horrified to know just how many people have just died while cops just looked on from a distance. Havana syndrome for cops. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's not clear whether fentanyl was involved in Tuesday's incident, and the sheriff declined to speculate what drug could have sparked the latest cluster of suspected overdoses. The department said this week that its organized crime task force and Operation Safe Jails are both investigating. They're investigating, but something tells me that the thin blue line will continue to not be stepped over, right? That they will hold said line as they do. Here's that article from the Los Angeles Times. The ads are about to run, chat. The ads are about to run, but coming up next, we're going to take a look at this from ProPublica. Swept away, what cities really take when they sweep homeless encampments. It's like an interactive article too. It's interactive in some way, so I don't know. We'll figure it out together. But that's what we're gonna check out next from ProPublica. Swept away by Ruth Talbot, Asia Fields, Nicole Santa Cruz, and Maya Miller. Design and development by Zasiga Mukulu and Ruth Talbot. Okay, whatever. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do next. But first, like I said, chat, we have to run an ad break because it's been about an hour since we ran our last ad break. Oh shit. Oh shit. All right, well, we won't run the ad just yet. We won't run the ad just yet because y'all just came in. I wouldn't want to hit you with an ad directly after raiding in, but what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Mafia Jinx, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream. What were y'all up to? You guys are playing Last of Us? Nice. Nice. I have Last of Us, and I've been thinking about playing it, especially now that it's like spooky season for a few more, like a day. Maybe, who knows? We'll see. But thank you so much. Yo, Ben, thank you so much for the 21 months. Thank you. Welcome in. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm Tofu. If you've never been here before, we talk about the news. Coming up next, can I fit this in before the ads run? I fear that I won't be able to. This says it'll take 6 to 8 minutes. So if this says 6 to 8 minutes, it'll probably take me like 10 to 12, maybe 15 minutes. So I don't know. We were playing the gay DLC. The gay DLC. There's like, it's like a gay mod for Last of Us. Am I understanding this correctly? Who are you if we have been here before? Who are you if we have been here before? That's none of your business. The gay LC. There's a big lesbian kiss. A big one. Poggers. Reading always takes double time. Yeah, and it's mostly also to like stopping and ranting for a bit and like pulling up something else and that, you know, pulling up something else that I was reminded of and whatever. Not a small one. Is there a small one in the OG and somebody was just like, nah. I need more. I need more. Honestly, I respect it. That looks like a music production setup if I've ever seen one, not a gaming setup. What do you mean, dude? This is my fucking, this is what I use for fucking Valorant, dude. For fucking when I'm grinding WoW. All of these are different like attacks or whatever the fuck. I just press the buttons. It's crazy. Yeah, Tofu is mostly a gamer streamer. I pretty much only game. She's also a liberal. All right, I don't like this bit anymore. That's too far. Chill out, bro. All right, well, since I've been yapping too, it made it even worse, but I don't think I'll be able to read this article before the ads run. Okay, so instead of making you sit through the ads and missing, instead of making you miss the article that we're about to read from ProPublica, which is called Swept Away, What Cities Really Take When They Sweep Homeless Encampments. Instead of making you miss that and have to sit through some fucking bullshit like US Army ads or something, we're just going to go ahead and do the thing that we do and run the ads right now while I'm away from the stream. That way you don't miss out on any of the content. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost Broadcast, if you would like to miss out on the ads and also support me, your favorite streamer ever, all you gotta do is subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. If you're already subbed, you can also support by upgrading your sub to tier 2 or tier 3. You can also gift a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat. If you are one of those unsubbed friends, make sure to say hi, throw some emotes in the chat. If you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. You can also throw bits or a dono my way, $3 specifically for TTS message. Yo, Undead Logic with the 15 months. Thank you so much.
07.
Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Undead. Thank you. Welcome back. We're currently at 5 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, chat. If we hit the sub goal, it'll lock us in for comfy content for after the news is done. So if you want to chill out and unwind with the community after we get done looking at all the fucking news, let's hit that sub goal. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. Sitting through the ads is a good way to support the stream. But we're back. We are back. Let's get back into it. Dun, 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 dun. Let's get back into it. Dun, dun, dun. Hell yeah, Marty. Love that. Love that for you. Okay. Let's see. Let's get back into this from ProPublica, or let's get into this from ProPublica. This is called Swept Away. What cities really take when they sweep homeless encampments. Let's check it out. Why is it so small? Will this like fuck it up? No, looks good. Swept away. As homelessness has surged, to record levels in the United States, cities are increasingly removing or quote sweeping tents or entire encampments of people living outdoors. Cities say they carry out these clearings humanely with the goal of getting people off the street, but they often result in people's belongings being thrown away. ProPublica found through reviewing records from 16 cities, reporting in 11 cities, and speaking with people across the country that these actions create a cycle of hardship. A social security card was seized in Seattle. A blanket and a Bible was seized in San Diego. My seizure medication was taken, according to an interview with somebody in Sacramento, California. Baby formula was taken from somebody in San Jose, California. Wheelchair and clothes was taken from somebody in Denver. My husband's ashes, said somebody in Portland, Oregon. Their EBT card, somebody had their EBT card taken in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Hospital paperwork taken from somebody. We've talked about this specific thing as an example in the past. We were talking about the Olympics and how they further displace, how the Olympics always further displaces, the poorest people in a population wherever the Olympics comes to town. And we've talked about multiple times a case in France at the recent Olympics in France where a migrant who was trying to get to Germany, I believe, who was currently in France at the time of the Olympics, was traveling with everything that they had, including a manila envelope that they had wrapped in a Ziploc bag. They had like a manila envelope in a Ziploc bag so it wouldn't get wet, and the manila envelope had their x-rays and all of their medical history. Like they had serious medical conditions and they had to keep their medical records with them. So when they finally get to their destination and are hopefully able to get back up on their feet and are able to get medical care, they have all of their medical records so that they don't have to go through all of that again. As somebody who deals with chronic illnesses, like chronic medical conditions, like I know exactly how fucking difficult that is, going from doctor to doctor and then experiencing not having some like tests and medical records cross over because of insurance reasons and like whatever. It's fucked. And I'm not a fucking homeless migrant, right? I can only fucking imagine. And when you're sweeping a fucking an encampment, what looks like to you just a pile of trash might literally be somebody's fucking EBT card and their hospital paperwork. You know what I mean? It looks like trash to you, but that's like everything to them. God, man. That would force the doctors to redo everything, which would be ridiculously expensive. Exactly. Unopened work shirts. So like now you don't have a work shirt. Now you probably got fired or some shit. from San Diego, and a cell phone was taken from somebody in San Francisco. Elijah Harris, 38, was living in a tent near Hollywood in January when Los Angeles sanitation workers showed up late one morning. Harris said he left to warn others nearby that the city was clearing the area. He came back to find his tent and its contents gone. He lost everything he needed for his job with DoorDash: his electric bike, ID, and iPhone. Dude, an electric bike, they just threw it all in the trash. They just threw it in a dumpster and moved on. An electric bike, his iPhone. What is something that was taken, what is something that was important to you that was taken in a sweep? How did it impact you? Birth certificate, passport, UPS as storage keys. Oh my God. So you're homeless, right? And you put all your shit in storage? Now you don't have that shit. Oh my God. Your fucking storage keys, your money, your ID, and your social security card. Set my progress to saving for a place back months. To say the fucking least, man. Months. Yeah. Without your ID, your social security card, or your birth certificate, you can't get your ID or your social security card without your birth certificate. You know how fucking difficult that is? You don't have your passport. You don't even have your fucking any of your belongings. You don't have money to figure out the situation with your birth certificate. God. Losing his phone meant he had to regain access to his DoorDash account. Without his passport and social security card, which he said were also taken, that process proved difficult. I don't know how you even go about that, man. Like, it would seem to me like in a lot of cases, it's probably impossible. And you just become nobody. You just become like Jane Doe, John Doe. They ask you to take a picture of the front and back of your ID and then take a selfie to verify it's you. But I couldn't do that, Harris said. It was a disaster. He said he couldn't do his delivery job for months, and then he had to ride a non-electric bike, which limited the area he could deliver to and the amount he earned. Los Angeles officials did not comment on Harris' case, but said in a statement that the city, quote, works to not unnecessarily remove anyone's belongings, and that unattended items are stored or thrown away. Also, the problem with that is in Los Angeles, for example, but I'm sure this is the case everywhere. People who are awesome, really great people who take time out of their day and put their safety on the line to document these sweeps, these homeless encampment sweeps, are threatened by the police time and time again. For example, come on. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, yes. I mean, this happens. This guy is awesome. Works with LA Taco. Shot on 35mm on Twitter. Is always documenting these sweeps and is constantly harassed by the police. Though there's no.
These are the officers that actually made arrests, although there were a few other officers around.
Though it's completely legal to film these things. Like, you're also like in public and you're like, these are like public officials, right? This is him like getting arrested, I guess, for documenting a homeless encampment sweep.
Is it a detainment and not an arrest when I was in handcuffs and in the back of a police car for like 20 minutes?
Because an arrest would be that we have to take you from point A to point B, like take you from here to the station and to book you. That means you were arrested for it, right? If you are stopped on the street and you are handcuffed, it is a detention until we conduct an investigation. It's not an arrest.
So I'm not facing any charges?
No, you are.
So he didn't do anything wrong. Basically, like, you will still get harassed, though. You will still get detained and put in cuffs and put in the back of a squad car and have, you know what I mean, like, and like yelled at by cops and like whatever. You'll still get harassed, but at the end of the day, you're not doing anything wrong. So this is what happens. Like, he's let off, right? Because he wasn't breaking any laws. It's just cops are fucking pieces of shit. Classic. And then film the police. I emailed the PIO about your incident shortly after you were detained. The PIO just emailed me back pretending like they don't know what happened. These people are fucking, you know, legends. You know, it's people who, like I said, take time out of their day and put their own safety on the line to document these things, are angels. You know, this is LA Taco, their outlet's statement. Duka. Yesterday morning, LA Taco investigative reporter Alexis Oliver Ray was handcuffed and detained in the back of a Los Angeles Police Department patrol car for almost an hour. Ray was in the process of documenting a homeless encampment clearing on 6th Street between Sanford and Town Avenues in Skid Row. Ray was released by LAPD Sergeant Delano Hutchins without being cited or charged. Upon releasing Ray, Hutchins explained that our reporter was detained and not arrested because Hutchins determined he had not violated the law due to Ray's media First Amendment status. However, our reporter was told that if he crossed the yellow tape again, he could be arrested or detained all over again. It's like, but the same thing will happen over and over. Like, you're not breaking any laws, but you're still harassed. You're still harassed. Oh, we didn't arrest you. We just detained you. You know what I mean? You see how that works? This Trump supporter was labeled a non-citizen and kicked off Texas voter rolls. I have mixed. We could check that out later, for sure. While reporting on a sanitation sweep this morning, LAPD officers handcuffed and searched me, confiscated my belongings, and put me in the back of a patrol car for about 45 minutes. They said they were going to take me to the station, but Sergeant let me go without any charges.
I'll stay out of your way, man. I'm not gonna get close.
It's like all he's doing is just filming, taking pictures of sanitation, the LA Sanitation Department and the police, stealing people's belongings, essentially, right? Completely with his right to do so. He's also a member of the press, you know. But yeah, so I say all this to say, like, where is this? Like, people, like, who makes sure that this happens, right? Who makes sure that the city, actually works to not unnecessarily remove anyone's belongings, right? And that, like, people's iPhones, electric bikes, IDs, social security cards, birth certificates, medical information, x-rays, fucking whatever, iPhones, whatever the fuck, like, aren't just thrown in the trash or stolen. Like, how do you make sure of this? Where is the oversight? If you can't have a journalist stand to the side like 30 feet away and take pictures, then what the fuck can you do? We can't do anything. You just have to stand by and allow the cycle of violence against the poor continue. It's literally the trolley meme, but it's like, there's no fucking lever and all you can do is watch. You can't fucking take pictures. Nobody's holding them accountable. You just have to take the city's word that they work to not unnecessarily remove anyone's belongings. But in practice, we know what happens. We know what happens, and we know how this sets people back and basically just ensures that all of these people stay homeless, stay on the streets. While we're spending millions and millions of dollars on supposedly trying to solve the homelessness crisis, all it's actually doing is giving millions and millions of dollars to, LA politicians' fucking cronies and friends and small business owners. Nobody's actually getting housed. People are just getting put in jail and shit. I was trying to get off the streets, but they set me back. It's not easy getting services and trying to find work and trying to save. Harris, who lives in Los Angeles, said the loss of the items he needed to work was a disaster. Harris is one of thousands of people living on the streets in the United States who have been subject to sweeps, the term often used to describe how cities dismantle homeless encampments or clear areas where people are living outside. Cities including Los Angeles have policies to alert people before a sweep. In an ideal scenario, city officials said people would be packed before crews arrive, but advance notice is not always required, which especially now that the Grants Pass versus Johnson Supreme Court case ended the way it did. Gavin Newsom moved to essentially very quickly, immediately, to order all of the counties, all of the cities in California to act, to start moving to clear encampments, because now you are unshackled by federal law. So yeah, like you don't need to, like, whatever progressive requirements like had been previously put in place, like requiring notice ahead of time so that people can prepare to move and know where they're going to go and pack up their things. Like now you don't need to do that. Now they just fucking sweep you and force you to either accept their offer for whatever shelter is available, or get arrested. Right? Like say you have a dog, or say you you can't because you work nights, at a job, like you have a job that works at nights, like you can't go to this specific shelter because they require drug tests or any of these things. Like you have some belongings that you want to take with you. You can't. You're just forced to just go to prison now. You just go to jail now. Fuck. What's up, Chris? Okay. Many people told ProPublica that they didn't know workers were coming or had stepped away for appointments or to find water when workers came. Some were in the process of moving their items but couldn't do so quickly enough, like making multiple trips, right? Like you're moving your stuff to the next best location where you're allowed to be, or like essentially a place that hasn't been swept yet, right? And you're only one person. Let's say you can't move very well, and let's say you're handicapped and you're in a wheelchair, or you limp a lot and you have a cane, whatever, and it takes you forever to move and you can't carry a bunch of shit by yourself because you're fucking old, and I don't know, man. Workers sorted through what's left, sometimes storing items and throwing others into garbage bags or trucks. See, essentially, what happens when, the people who are taking these photos are just all constantly harassed by the police? I'm surprised you were able to get these photos off, right? If this was in LA, you would have the LAPD putting you in the back of their fucking truck, or putting you in the back of their squad car for an hour, right? If you took a photo this close. For rapid response, we had to leave for a housing appointment. We will return ASAP to finish up. Thanks for understanding. Oh my God. Sincerely, Eric and D. What does this say? This PPT, this spot, or I don't know. This something has taken several months to get. This appointment has taken several months to get. Dude. That's so fucked. Encampment removals have become more common as local governments try to reduce the number of people living on sidewalks and in other public areas. They are likely to escalate further after a U.S. Supreme Court decision, like I was saying, in June, allowed municipalities to arrest or cite people for sleeping on public property, even if there's no available shelter. What they're talking about is Grants Pass versus Johnson. And that's the Supreme Court precedent now that is being used to criminalize homelessness, further criminalize poverty than it already has been criminalized. But essentially now make it an immediately jailable offense. Municipalities are often under pressure from business owners and residents to remove encampments, which officials said can obstruct sidewalks and pose public health, safety, or environmental hazards. Put them in housing. Problem solved. We have more vacant homes, more vacant buildings that are already zoned to be lived in than we have homeless people in this country. That is also true specifically for California. There are like I showed you the article yesterday. I'll pull it up again for if you didn't see it yesterday. $5.6 million homes are vacant in nation's largest metros. I'll take you to where I live. Los Angeles, California. Oh, I remember we looked at this yesterday and the numbers they put the commas in the wrong spot. So it's a little goofy, okay, but please forgive them. Los Angeles, there is so confusing. 4,828,892 total housing units. Let me just do this. There we go. God damn it. There we go. That's fine. And vacant housing units, there is 285,894 vacant housing units in Los Angeles. There are about 46,000 homeless people in Los Angeles. 46,000. Okay, this is way more than that. Way more than that. That's a 5.92% vacancy rate. And the most common reason for all of those vacant homes is that they are still just up for rent. Meaning, nobody can afford them. Nobody can afford these places, so they're sitting there vacant. Just under 6% of all of the homes in Los Angeles are just sitting there open because nobody can afford to rent them. That's fucking insane. Hello? Hello? That's fucking insane. So like look up your city in this list. If you're in the States, look up your city and see how many vacant homes there are. And then, you know, like then it'll start to make you feel like all of this talk about building new affordable housing is like kind of not like as cool as people try to make it sound, right? Oh, you're going to build new homes? What you mean to tell me is you want to give handouts to large real estate developers. That's what you're telling me, is you want to make a buck for huge real estate developers who are not, you know, required, under any sort of like regulation to build like a certain amount of affordable housing. As for example, like when we have way more vacant homes that are already built, they are already a home, they're just empty because nobody can afford it. When we have more of those than homeless people, all of that is, it shows you just how bullshit all of that is. Oh my God. Yes, reminder, vote yes on Prop 33 in California for that reason exactly. TikTok didn't like my fucking my tic tac on that. Somebody took a good or did a good clip or whatever from yesterday's stream, and I put it on TikTok, but they didn't like it, dude. And I tried to, I got shot down like 8 different times trying to make the this header, you know, like you see how it has like the big letters on it on the front, or like the big title on the front. I tried to make it say multiple times like why landlords and cops don't want you to have rent control, or like whatever, things like that. And I tried so many different things and I tried putting like ones and like zeros and stuff like that to make it like not the actual words, it wouldn't let me write anything about rent control. It wouldn't let me write anything about landlords or cops. I was like, what the fuck, man? But they even put like the little get info on elections tag on my shit. Oh, wrong one. Okay. Like, no wonder the real estate lobby in California has $33 million to spend on saying no on 33. No wonder the cops, the police have money to spare, right? To tell you not to vote in your best interest if you are a renter or a working class person in California. It's so fucking frustrating. Okay. Go follow my TikTok. Go follow the TikTok. Go like my TikToks. Where were we? Many cities told ProPublica that letting people live outside is not compassionate. You want to know what's even less compassionate? Arresting them for sleeping outside because they have no other choice, right? Like, it's not more compassionate to put someone in a jail cell because they're sleeping outside. That's not more compassionate. That's not the compassionate choice. You are making it even worse. If allowing people to sleep outside is not compassionate, which I would agree with you, it's not compassionate. The only compassionate choice is to give them housing. Period. No requirements, no fine print. Everybody has a roof over their heads. Are you a human being? Are you alive? Then you get shelter. We can afford it. We have plenty. We have plenty of space to go around. Plenty of fucking properties to go around. We don't need to build more affordable housing, which I'm not mad at. I'm still down to build more affordable housing. Sure. That we could use that for like migrants, right? People who are climate refugees, right? Which we're going to see more and more and more and more and more and more of over time, right? As climate change continues to fuck us in the ass. Like, yeah, we could be doing all of these things. We could be building more affordable housing and then putting the current population of homeless people in the currently existing vacant buildings that we have. Fucking insane, dude. Fucking insane, dude. Where did we leave off? We cannot allow unsheltered residents to live in conditions that are below what we would accept ourselves, a Minneapolis spokesperson said in a statement to ProPublica. Some cities, including San Francisco, characterize encampment removals as a first step towards shelter and housing. We are going to make them so uncomfortable on the streets of San Francisco that they have to take our offer of shelter or housing, which means if you have a pet, do you have a pet with you? You give up that pet. That pet's going to the pound and probably getting put to sleep. Okay? Do you have belongings with you no, you don't. You can't take it with you to the shelter. No. Oh, you have to pass a drug test? Sorry, you have to go. And if you don't pass that drug test, I guess we're just taking you to jail, but at least you'll have shelter. San Francisco is ultra cooked because of the techno fascists that have completely taken over that city. It is all tech freaks, you know what I mean, who are just so ready and willing to allow like tech companies, private tech firms, like just take over criminal justice and like, you know, expand the police state and whatever. It's insane, dude. It's insane, dude. We are going to make them so uncomfortable on the streets of San Francisco that they have to take our offer of shelter or housing, San Francisco Mayor London Breed said in July after announcing more aggressive sweeps would take place. Advocates and people living on the streets say encampment clearings why can't I speak today? Clearings I can't fucking Read today or speak today. Perpetuate. Clearings perpetuate homelessness. Every time someone gets swept, it just sets us back like 10 steps, said Duke Reese, a peer support specialist at Blanchett House in Portland, which provides meals and services to those experiencing homelessness. It makes it almost impossible to get people help because everything requires documentation. Exactly. I don't really know what I'm looking at here. Are these like things that were taken away from people? First image, a log of documents collected during an encampment removal in San Jose, California. Second image, identification documents taken in encampment removals in Portland. So look at the very important fucking, the extremely important documents that are being taken from people. Also, this person is from Colombia. You know what I mean? Like, they've traveled a long way. This person, you know, they need that information, and you're just taking it. While many cities instruct workers to store identification, service providers told ProPublica that about people they were working with who struggled to access Medicaid, disability benefits, food stamps, sobriety programs, and housing after their documents were confiscated in encampment removals. Courts have ruled that the destruction of property during sweeps violates the 4th and 14th Amendments, which prohibit unreasonable searches and seizures and guarantee due process and equal protection under the law. Some U.S. cities have established programs to store belongings, sometimes in response to those lawsuits, but they still have broad discretion over what ends up in the trash. ProPublica found that even when objects taken from encampments are stored, people are rarely reunited with their belongings. To understand what governments confiscate and how it impacts people living on the street, we received storage records from 14 cities with large homeless populations and reported on the ground in 11 cities. We spoke to 135 people who had experienced sweeps, and we gave many note cards to write. About the consequences in their own words. Over and over, they told ProPublica that having possessions taken traumatizes them, exacerbates health issues, and undermines efforts to find housing and get or keep a job. More than 200 additional people who went through sweeps, outreach workers, and others who have worked with unhoused people wrote to us echoing these sentiments. The storage records included images and written descriptions of the items cities had collected. Some records described the brand or color of belongings. Others had little detail, referring to most belongings as a personal item or providing no description at all. Here are just some of the items that were taken. Survival gear. In the 3 years Stephen lived outside around Little Rock, Arkansas, he said he got frostbite, leading to the amputation of his feet. Fuck. City workers cleared his camp in February after a snowstorm. Stephen, 39, who uses a wheelchair, remembers asking for more time to pack. He said he was told no and was only able to gather a pillow, a backpack with some clothing, and a Bible. Workers bulldozed everything else, including the tent and bedding that kept him warm. City workers came to his new camp and took everything else. He got frostbite again. Again. Again? I would almost say it's borderline harassment, but there's nothing borderline about it. I would agree with that. Almost everyone who shared their stories with ProPublica said they lost items needed to survive, such as tents, sleeping bags, and blankets. ProPublica saw more than 400 references to tents and over 400 references to sleeping bags or blankets in the logs. New women snow boots in Washington, D.C. Green Tacoma tent from San Jose, California. Push cart with blanket and toiletries from San Francisco. A heater, San Bernardino, California. My necessities, interview from Phoenix. My tent was taken, also my blankets, cooler, food, prescription medicines. It made it harder for me to be comfortable in this heat and took my shelter away from me, made me feel less safe. Rebecca Huggins, 33, broke her foot this year and needed surgery. While she was recovering, she slept in a dry riverbed in a Phoenix park. God, man. City workers confiscated her tent, umbrella, ice chest, sunscreen, and pain medication as temperatures rose to 100 degrees, Huggins said. It was really hard for me, she said. They took everything. My sunscreen, everything. Sunscreen! In Phoenix. Remember when we were covering Phoenix and the ground temperatures? Oh my God. Dude, remember this? This is from July of this year, okay? Just a few months ago, we covered this. NASA map shows temperatures up to 160 degrees on Phoenix streets and sidewalks, okay? Those are the same streets and sidewalks that people fucking sleep on. Like Rebecca Huggins. They took her sunscreen. Look at the heat map. Everything that's purple is 140 to 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay? Everything in, listen, red, still 130 degrees to 140. Yellow, which is, it says moderate, which is insane that's moderate, 120 to 130 degrees Fahrenheit. And barely any of it is yellow, by the way. Most of it is red and purple. Imagine being homeless in Phoenix, Arizona in July. When did this happen to this person? She broke her foot this year and needed surgery. While she was recovering, she slept in a dry riverbed in a Phoenix park. City workers confiscated her tent, umbrella, ice chest, sunscreen, and pain medication. Like, I bet you, like, there's a riverbed. This could, for all we know, this is the riverbed she's talking about that she slept in. Look at all the red and purple around her. Can you imagine what that's like? This is what cops are paid hundreds of thousands to do. True. Imagine that money actually allocated to house them. It's actually cheaper. That's right. That's right. Phoenix should not exist. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, true. True. Here, let me share that in the chat for you, in case, like, because like these things are useful things to reference, right? Like we covered this months ago, but luckily I save everything that we talk about, so I'm able to pull it up in moments like this, like to show you just how fucked up the situation that Rebecca Huggins, 33, was living in with a broken foot. Coleman camping stove in Seattle, sleeping pad, black in Los Angeles, cooler and chest in Denver, fishing poles in San Diego, food, tent, and sleeping bag, and photos of the food, tent, and sleeping bag in fucking Portland, Oregon, and San Jose, California. Boxes of food in Los Angeles. Who's taking blankets and a sleeping bag in Albuquerque, New Mexico? Soap, shampoo, toothpaste, deodorant in San Jose, California. A generator in San Diego. Small lantern lamp in Seattle. My tents. Interview in Portland, Oregon. I have lost everything clear down to the clothes on my back. I now wear a purse. You wear, like, as clothes? I have lost everything clear down to the clothes on my back. I now wear a purse that I wear 24/7. I have no trust and I live like an animal and have serious mental issues because of it. Help it get better. Violet Loftus, a 42-year-old in Portland, said she's lost tents to sweeps and theft. I've had many tents, and I never had one for more than like a week. Those are expensive, dude. Those are expensive. You don't just like find good tents. You know what I mean? Like sitting in like in trash. You know what I mean? Like that's very rare, you know, that you're gonna like luck out and find like a good tent in the dumpster behind like a sporting goods store or some shit. I've had many tents and I never had one for more than like a week. If that, Loftus said. I've started over many times, so many times, it's like nothing now. But like the first few times, I was just like lost. To avoid sweeps, Loftus now sleeps in doorways without a tent. To avoid having your tent taken away, I stopped having a tent. I just sleep out in the open now because it's not even worth it. Nonprofits and also the county hand out tents here in Portland, so those are not hard to replace. Okay, well, when the same counties, you know what I mean, are doing these sweeps, you know what I mean? Like, I'd be surprised, like, the same county is doing this, right? Like, and now because of Grants Pass versus Johnson, which is in Oregon, right? Like, it's gonna get worse. Can you drop the link? Yeah. Yeah, of course, Sarsaparilla Jane. Totally understand. You have a, you know, you go take care of yourself. Go take care of yourself. And we'll be here whenever you're ready to come back and hang out. We need to get into selling tents. Yeah, well, what's up, Zach? Sometimes the belongings that were taken included supplies purchased using government funding. Portland officials say they regularly dispose of tents. The county has handed out. Oh, so here we go. This is in regards to what you're saying, Ken. The county has handed out thousands of tents in recent years. In San Francisco, an organizer told us the Department of Public Health hands out hygiene kits that are confiscated in encampment removals. Outreach workers said it can be challenging to get people government subsidized service again when their phones are taken. We're actually getting money from the city or the county to purchase these things for individuals, and then they're just turning around and throwing them all away the next day. John Rios said, a case manager for people experiencing homelessness in Seattle, told ProPublica. So yeah, like Portland, the county could be doing a good thing and helping people, giving people free tents, which is good. But, you know, like they're also throwing them away, essentially wasting the county's money, wasting the taxpayers' money, when that money could just be going to housing them, public housing in the very fucking first place, where you wouldn't even have to spend money on tents, right? You could just spend the money, right? One time on public housing. And like I said, or not like I said, but like I pointed out with this article that I put in the chat just a little bit ago, you can look up your city if you're in the States, and see just how much of the current available housing supply is sitting vacant. Right? Like, there are more. This is San Francisco. Here, actually, let's look at Portland, since we were talking about Portland. Portland. Oh, the very last one. Okay, so Portland has 1,077,557 housing units in Portland, Oregon. I guess. And 48,906 of those are vacant. The reason why that 48,906 are vacant is because they're for rent. The commas are all in the wrong place. It's really annoying. I know. It makes it so hard to read. But just under 50,000 housing units in Portland are sitting there vacant because nobody can afford them. You know? Like 50,000. How many people are currently homeless, and what's the Portland homeless population? Are you fucking joking me? That puts... Where did it go? Where did the number go? Okay. From Portland.gov. So this is from Portland.gov. Homelessness in Portland increased by 65% from 2015 to 2023. From 1,887 people to 6,297 people. Okay, like my LA ass is like, wait, you have less than 7,000 fucking homeless? Holy shit. We have fucking 46,000 homeless people in Los Angeles. Holy shit. But that's my LA fucking brain just freaking out about that. But like, you have 6,297 people who are homeless. At least in 2023. I don't know what that number is in 2024. I'm from, according to what I'm looking at from Portland.gov, 6,297 individuals were homeless in 2023. If this is anywhere near like what it was in 2023, you have way more vacant homes than you do homeless people. You have significantly more vacant homes than you have homeless people. Like, it's not even close. You could put all of those people inside tonight. Maybe not tonight, but you know what I mean. You have just under 50,000 vacant housing units that are vacant because they're for rent. Meaning that just under 50,000 housing units in Portland are vacant because nobody can afford them. Fuck, man. Like, there's no excuse for this shit. There's no excuse. And Grants Pass versus Johnson just gave all of the states the green light to just straight up fucking kill fucking poor people. To just like, as if poverty wasn't already criminalized enough, right? Now, like, you're just straight up going straight to prison now. Straight to prison. Your ass is getting housed, right? In a cell, but your ass is getting housed. So disgusting. Where, by the way, you're likely to die, right? Like, how often do we cover that? Like, how many people died in Rikers Island or in Fulton County or in Men's Central Jail here in LA died while they were awaiting their fucking court date because they couldn't afford bail because they're too poor. So how many of those people are going to go straight into a jail and not be able to afford bail, obviously, and then die because of the horrible conditions that they are living in those prisons while they're, you know, waiting their court date or whatever it is that comes next for them in their fucking journey through fucking hell. Fuck, like, here's this, like, this is a great resource. And if you're in Portland, here's this, I guess, from what we were looking at for Portland.gov. But Tofu, this is teaching them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, right? I mean, truly, at the end of the day, though, like, liberals won't outright say this. Conservatives will. I mean, liberals are conservative, but like Republicans will just outright say it. But it comes down to moral hazard. I forgot to turn this. I realized some of my green screen was not working properly. But it's a moral hazard, right? Like you're saying, like you got to teach the people to you know, how to lift themselves up by their bootstraps or whatever, or like teach a man to fish, so to speak, but like / I don't know, whatever. A Seattle spokesperson said tents and other gear are stored unless they are wet or hazardous. Unless they're wet? So, God forbid it rained. Wait, so if... Okay. So if it's just wet outside, like it's just going in the trash. And hazardous, what defines hazardous? You know what I mean? Is it sharp? Does it have a pointy part? Like, is there a hole in it? Or did I break it with the bulldozer that I was using to sweep the encampment? And now it's got a pointy part and now it's hazardous. So now I have to throw it in the dumpster. Like, holy shit. What's up, Fox of Fate? Work items. People experiencing homelessness told us that the confiscation of belongings such as tools, phones, and modes of transportation limited their ability to work. In Los Angeles, Mario Van Rossen said he lost tools he used to do gardening, landscaping, and handyman jobs this year. He had moved his belongings to a nearby street that he thought was outside the sweep zone, but city workers still took the tools while he watched. Disgusting, dude. You guys stripped me of my living. I used those tools to make money to hopefully get off the streets. Not anymore. He said he lost more items in another sweep after speaking to ProPublica in June. Awesome. Like, continuously just taking steps back, you know? For every one step you take forward, you take 10 different steps back. Oh, man. ProPublica saw over 150 references to tools and toolboxes. Something tells me that they probably deem tools to be hazardous more often than not. You know what I mean? It's just easier on them to just throw it into a fucking dumpster, right? The big dumpsters that they pull up to the sweeps, right? Instead of having to do all the paperwork and fill it out and store it and then make sure the belongings get to the storage center. And then, like, you know what I mean? It's just like probably a lot easier for these sanitary workers to just throw it in the trash. I don't want to touch it. It's, you know, a homeless person has been sleeping on that. It's gross. I might get sick, you know, gross, yuck. I don't want to touch it. And then they just throw it in the trash. I don't want to deal with this. I don't care that it's like freezing cold outside and then that's a North Face jacket that they need to stay warm, you know, or something. Like, I don't care that it's 160 degrees on the surface of these sidewalks in Phoenix. We're going to take this person's fucking sunscreen. Fuck them. Because I don't want to fucking deal with, you know, the hassle of saving it and documenting it and getting it back to them later. I knew someone who was homeless. His car was towed and he died shortly thereafter. I'm so sorry. He was actually trying to get back on his feet. I'm so sorry, Vox. Jesus, man. Yo, Ashtray, thank you so much for 19 months. Let's go. Huge W. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's so terrible, Vox. I'm so sorry. And the first thing that comes to my mind when I hear that your friend, you know, was homeless and staying in their car until it was towed and then they died. Like 40% of the homeless in America are what they call the invisible homeless, which are people who are not like sleeping in tents on Skid Row. It's people who are sleeping in their cars, who have jobs, who go to their friend's house to take showers, or go to a gym, you know, that they have a membership at to take showers or whatever. Or they live in a camper that is parked in an alley somewhere. There's tons of that in LA, in cities across everywhere. But like, there's campers all over the place like that, along the freeway and all, you know, whatever. Or people who are, couch surfing, living with their friends or their family. You don't know that they're homeless. The person that you work next to every day probably doesn't, you know, who doesn't talk about their personal life outside of work very often, could very well be homeless because they got an unexpected $300 bill that they couldn't afford. And next thing you know, they were evicted from their house. Right? And now they're living in their car in the parking lot of the business that you work at, and you would never know. You would never know because they don't want to admit it. Right? Or it might even put them in danger, you know, to admit that they've been sleeping in the parking lot. Maybe they, you know, like I could go on for like, you know, with case like different like situations that could be possible like that, you know? Functional homelessness is very predominant. Unfortunately, that's what I'm saying. It's almost half. Almost half of the homeless population in America is that. It's not the people that you see sleeping outside. The very visible homeless, which is often used to like justify like you know, people's anecdotal feelings about like crime rates skyrocketing, which they aren't. So yeah, like, and that's immediately what I think of when you tell me that, Fox. And like I said, I'm so sorry about that. And that's so many people. You know, I say that to say, like, you know, because like I want to point out that is so many people that are sleeping in their cars right now. And a lot of them, there's probably even more homeless. There's definitely even more homeless than we know, because a lot of those homeless aren't even counted, you know, as homeless because they haven't like reported as such, right? So I know that there are 46,000 people spending the night on the streets tonight in Los Angeles, but most likely that number is way higher, over 50,000 maybe, because there's tons of people in Los Angeles who are spending the night tonight in their cars and nobody knows that they're homeless. Ay, ay, ay. This is just the list of people's clothes or their toolboxes being taken, work jacket, phone and battery charger, security jacket because they're a security guard probably, right? Jesus. My work clothes and ID from an interview in Las Vegas. In early June, as temperatures creeped above 100 in Las Vegas, Dorothy said she ran to grab water. When she returned, her wagon stuffed with her work clothes, blankets, 4 tents, and eyeglasses was gone. Dorothy, a security guard, said it would take months to replace what she needed for work. They threw away me and my son's badges, she said, so therefore we can't go to work. She's there with her son too. Now her son can't go to work either. What the fuck, man? Whole family's living on the streets. I said this earlier, but after COVID restrictions got lifted, there was a bunch of RVs parked around a big tech company in the Bay area, and the cops came around and forcibly told them to move or they would be towed. Before the company had its official reopening, they were parked on public streets. I watched the cops threaten to arrest one of the people because they got upset and didn't understand why they had to move all of a sudden. Yeah. One scooter was taken from somebody in San Francisco in the Bay, you know, which you probably need to get around with, right? Probably helps you get a job, whatever. 20 miscellaneous hand tools in San Jose, 1 electric bike from Los Angeles, Husky toolbox with ratchets, wrenches and attachments in San Jose, a Gibson guitar in San Diego, instruments and tools. Oh my God, bro, that's a whole ass keyboard and their tambourine and dude, that's like their journal right there. Oh, come on, man. Screwdriver, multi-tool, hard hat, chest of hand and power tools, blue mini hand drill, sewing machine, my instruments from an interview in Portland, Oregon. Ronald Brown, 61, was working as a street musician in Portland when he said his tent and the guitars inside were taken. City contractors left cards with their number, but when he called, they didn't have the instruments. Huh. They just went, we just don't know where they went. Brown said he has no idea if they lost or stole them or if someone else took them in the chaos of the sweep. Portland officials said they didn't see instruments in the photos crews took of a sweep in the area. Well, shit. They make your existence illegal and then justify arresting you because they want to prevent crime. Read my last about the Lisbon mayor. Lisbon mayor in Portugal is trying to illegalize, to criminalize company pets for homeless people. Company pets for homeless people. Because they want to protect animal rights. Because the exact same government is fighting to keep bullfighting, which is very much unpopular. Meanwhile, the exact same government is fighting to keep bullfighting, which is very much unpopular. Okay, I mean, sounds like classic fucking bullshit, like wielding of social justice language, you know, like cynical, like bad faith wielding of social justice language to justify far right policies. You know what I mean? progressive language, to justify far right bullshit. Classic. Medical supplies. Outreach workers and people who have experienced removals told us the loss of CPAP machines, antibiotics, Narcan to reverse drug overdoses. Like, you can't take somebody's Narcan, bro. Like, you just created you probably, by taking somebody's Narcan, you might have just created a literal mess for somebody to clean up later. Like, some other, sanitation worker is gonna have to scrape up a dead body from underneath a fucking freeway overpass because your ass stole their fucking Narcan and they overdosed. Because they had, or, they got, they got some shit that had like a bunch of fentanyl cut in it, or it's dirty, or like whatever the fuck. You might have just killed that person. It's something as simple as picking up their Narcan from their tent or their bag or like whatever the fuck on the ground in an alley somewhere and throwing it in the dumpster is just a death sentence. Also, speaking of that, ! Harm reduction. For a link to Harm Reduction International's website to like learn about harm reduction, like what harm reduction is, why it's important, how many places have, like what states and countries and cities, because it's international, have harm reduction policies or like whatever, like who has safe injection sites, who has like needle exchange programs, or like who criminalizes possession of needles, like and who doesn't, for example, like all of these things, and like resources or activism and whatever. Harm reduction is so important, is so fucking important. And let me tell you, chat, this sweeping an encampment is the exact opposite of harm reduction. It's harm in increase. Harm expansion. Yeah. Ugh. Let's continue. Narcan to reverse drug overdoses, medications for blood pressure, diabetes, and seizures, wound care items, mood stabilizers, nebulizers, inhalers, insulin, and prenatal items. So taking somebody's mood stabilizers, right? Because people will also, they'll always give you like, let's do a little like Anna Kasparian, like, right? Like Anna has her, which is a horrible experience, by the way, like as much as I dislike Anna Kasparian, but like her experience it was a horrible one and a scary one. Like, so let me just like preface it with that. But like, she has her anecdotal experience of like a homeless person assaulting her, like attacking her or something on the streets while she was walking in LA somewhere. That's fucking horrifying. That's terrifying, right? But like when you take people's medication away from them and you further ensure that somebody is going to remain homeless and has no way out of homelessness, and you take away their medications and their mood stabilizers, the more likely they are to end up being like one of those homeless people that you see screaming on the side of the street or something, or like running into traffic, or like something fucking scary and not good for anyone involved. Not good for society, obviously not good for the person, like not good. But like this ensures that you have bad situations like that. These types of policies make it much more likely that, the Anna Kasparians of the world have more experiences like that they, use as their reason to launch themselves off into reactionary, political perspectives. You know what I mean? Like, you're further ensuring that people have bad experiences walking around these cities and they end up becoming like huge cop lovers. You know what I mean? and supporting like, you know, like NIMBY policies and shit. Oh my God. Mood stabilizers, nebulizers, inhalers, insulin, and prenatal items. When medications or medical devices are taken, health conditions can worsen and visits to emergency medical services can increase. And a lot of the times people don't look like, yeah, it'll increase, right? A lot of these people are not going to seek medical services because they can't afford it. Nobody can, right? Let's also consider the fact, chat, that a lot of these fucking people who are currently homeless probably are homeless because of experiencing medical debt. They probably went to a to an emergency, you know, an emergency room one day when they were poor and ended up getting hit with an insane bill that they couldn't afford, and now they're homeless. Like, it's so it's so fucked. And these are the type, like, whew. I live in California, right? Where it's a Democrat state. It's a blue state. I live in Los Angeles, a very progressive stronghold. Our Democratic Party in California are the ones who are so eager. The California state Democrats are so eager to arrest homeless people, are so eager to increase, punitive policies, to go back to the 80s and 90s, which is why you need to, if you're in LA, you need to go !LA voter guide, because all of these things are on the ballot right now in Los Angeles. Like, there's a race for district attorney. You need to vote for George Gascon in Los Angeles. You need to vote against Nathan Hochman, who is a formerly a Republican, who is running as a moderate, who is tough on crime. To undo all of the progress that we've made. Slow progress. Not nearly enough progress, but still, all of the progress that we've made since the 80s and 90s in Los Angeles is going to be undone if we do not keep George Gascon in office in Los Angeles. If we do not vote yes on Prop 33 in California, we are further ensuring that we do not undo the bills that are currently in place from 1995, the Costa-Hawkins Act, that is preventing rent control from happening in California. Do you live in California? Is your rent too high? Probably. You should fucking vote yes on Prop 33. Like, God, all of these things that we're talking about, if you care about all of these people that we've been talking about tonight, like if you care about this issue, the issue of homelessness, if the issue of over policing, if you care about any of these things, you need to be voting down ballot. I don't give a fuck what you do for the presidential election. Just don't vote for Trump. But other than that, I do not give a shit what you do for the presidential election, which is why I don't really talk about it that much. The most important elections are what is happening in your local elections down ballot. You need to be making sure that if you have there's an election in the Senate where you're at, or in the Congress, or for mayor, or for state assembly, or for local city council, like that, you know what the fuck is, like, you know, on the ballot, who's on the ballot. Because that, like, locally is how you fix these issues. Voting for Kamala Harris isn't going to fix this, unfortunately. Unfortunately, despite her, you know, proposed policies of building more affordable housing, which doesn't solve the current issue. What I've been explaining over and over again, that we have way more currently vacant, currently zoned to be lived in housing units in this country, in this state, in my city. We have more vacant housing units than homeless people. Building more affordable housing, which essentially, let me translate for you, is a handout, is a cash cash handout to the real estate lobby and to gigantic real estate developers who are not going to make sure that the housing crisis is fixed, because the manufactured scarcity that is not a real scarcity, but the manufactured scarcity that they want you to believe exists is how they make all their money. So when we are talking about Democrats who have policies, they want to build more affordable housing, they want to give money to corporations. They don't want to hold the current corporations who are currently hoarding all of the currently available housing supply. They don't want to regulate those motherfuckers to free up that housing supply. They just want to give more money to the same real estate developers who are currently already hoarding the existing housing supply. That's why I don't want to sit here and spend hours talking about the presidential election, because it will not fix this. If you care about this, you need to be voting down ballot. And you should care about this. If you're a leftist, even, obviously we don't only just have leftists in this community, but like, if you care about any of these things, you need to be fucking paying attention to every election, to every measure, to every proposition, to every bill, to everything. Oh my fucking God. I just get so fucking angry thinking about this stuff. Oh. When medications or medical devices are taken, health conditions can worsen, and visits to emergency medical services can increase. Replacing medication and devices can also be expensive. Barbara Di Pietro, Senior Director of Policy at the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council, a nonprofit research and advocacy group, said when medications are taken from people, it's significantly destabilizing. Yeah, no shit. What would happen if you just suddenly went off all of your medications, she said. How would that throw your entire body off? But then also your ability to work, your ability to take care of your daily functions. Ask yourself that. Ask yourself that. Yo, I just love puzzles. Oh my goodness. Huge fan. Shouts out, I just love puzzles, chat. Oh my gosh. I watched a lot of your stream during lockdowns, let me tell you. I watched a lot of your streams during lockdown. Okay, everybody go follow I Just Love Puzzles. Probably like one of the most comfy, wholesome streams out there. All right, go out there. Thank you for changing my life. What do you mean? Thank you for giving me a comfy place to hang out during fucking like 2020 lockdowns. Like, sheesh. Thank you. Everybody go follow. Anyway, let's get back into it. We're talking about the homelessness crisis. So not very comfy, not very pog, but, important nonetheless. So here's like the list of all, more medical things that were taken during homeless encampment sweeps. A motorized wheelchair was taken in San Diego. A Unimom Minuet breast pump was taken from Seattle. Okay, so that means somebody who needed a breast pump who is homeless to breastfeed, for a baby, I would assume, had their breast pump taken away from them. One heat patch was taken from somebody in Los Angeles. 5 COVID tests. COVID tests. You stole their COVID tests. They have COVID tests and they're taking the time to fucking, like, they're homeless and they're still making sure that they're like, that they don't have COVID and doing what they need to do to keep themselves and other people around them safe. They're being responsible and they have COVID tests and are taking them, and you stole them from them and threw them in the trash. God. Taking somebody's sunscreen that lives on the streets in Phoenix, Arizona, where in July the temperatures of the sidewalk got up to 160 degrees Fahrenheit. You took their sunscreen? Unbelievable. What's up, T2 Pips? 1 bottle of medication, my seizure medication from an interview from a homeless person in Sacramento, California. My seizure medication, my motorhome, all of my belongings was taken from them. It hurt my head. their motorhome, and their seizure medication. Now, if you have a seizure, you're not in the safety of your motorhome. You're in the fucking streets of Sacramento, California. The capital, by the way. In the fall of 2023, Greg Adams was sleeping near the Sacramento River when a crew arrived. He said he lost his hiking backpack because he couldn't carry it up an embankment. Inside the backpack, Adams kept Keppra, a seizure medication. It took months to replace, and in that time, he said he experienced a seizure, causing him to fall and injure his head. Sacramento officials said that multiple agencies have jurisdiction over the area. Is that their excuse? Somebody's hospital/mental health documents, right? We talked a lot about medical documentation being important and something that people often carry on their person that is very prone to getting damaged or lost or taken because it's just paper. Right? Like I remember I told you, if you weren't in here earlier, I talked about the story of somebody who was displaced in France because of the Olympics. And they were a migrant from, I can't remember where they were from, but they were trying to get to Germany, and they were currently in France during the Olympics. And they had a manila envelope that they kept all their medical documents in and their x-rays and everything in a manila envelope that they kept in a plastic bag, like a Ziploc bag, and it got taken from them and it got like damaged or whatever. And you're fucked. You're fucked. You're just absolutely fucked. They kept it with them on their journey, so the hoping that eventually when I get to Germany, I'll be able to get back up on onto my feet and get a job, and then be able to see a doctor and get help. And then I'll have all my my medical documentation to help along with that process, so that I don't have to pay a bunch of money again in order to get all of those tests done and whatever. Fucking insane. Yo, Riverboat Jack with the raid. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good stream. What's up? What's up? Welcome in. I'm Tofu. If you've never been here before, we talk about the news. Right now, we are looking at this article from ProPublica, which is about homeless encampments and what happens. What cities really take when they sweep homeless encampments. So it's about people's belongings and how important they are, whether they are birth certificates, passports, IDs, medication, cell phones, like clothes, fucking whatever, tools that they use for work, their work shirts, like et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just all of the different things that are lost and taken away when their encampments are swept. Their homes are swept. Baby formula, EBT card, my husband's ashes. Like this person here left a note for the sweep team. We had to leave for a housing appointment. We will return ASAP to finish up. Thanks for understanding. This appointment has taken several months to get. It's a housing appointment, right? They have to take this appointment. They can't stay here with their belongings to make sure you don't throw them away, because they have to get to this appointment because it took them months to get it. And if they don't get to this appointment, it'll probably take them even more, another, 4 or 5, 6 fucking however long months to fucking get another appointment. And even then, with your appointment, it's not even guaranteed that you're gonna get housing, that you're gonna get approved for housing. The way the French government handled homeless people during the Olympics was awful. My mother works with an association that had to receive people who were stripped of their items / separated from their family and shipped to other cities of France so they wouldn't be in Paris for the time of the games. Disgusting. It's horrible. Yeah. And I'm in Los Angeles, and my mayor and many, government officials here in Los Angeles went to France to experience the Olympics and to learn, what to do when the Olympics comes here to Los Angeles in 2028. And they're doing everything they can to do exactly that. The police state is is ramping up, baby. We're clearing out the homeless. We're clearing out the homeless. They were very quick to start sweeping encampments the moment the Supreme Court, motioned the way it did in Grants Pass versus Johnson recently. Anyways, let's get back to it. Where do we leave off? Here. Someone's hospital/mental health docs was taken away in San Jose. An oxygen tank was taken from somebody in San Francisco. 1 dose of Narcan. Like, what kind of a piece of shit do you have to be to steal someone's Narcan? Like I said earlier, that's literally a death sentence. Taking someone's Narcan away from them is just sentencing them to die in the streets somewhere, like cold and alone. You know, you're making it so, like, if you're a sanitary worker, like a sanitation worker, like an LA sanitation worker, or like, whatever for your city, you're basically ensuring that, like, it's much more likely that you or one of your, coworkers will have a fucked up mess to clean later on down the road when there's a dead body found from a homeless person who overdosed just underneath the freeway overpass somewhere. Like, you took away their Narcan and then they ended up dying just a few days later. 4 packages of Pampers, okay? So somebody's diapers were taken away. That means there's a baby. That means there's a baby present. 2 knee prosthetics. They're prosthetics. Oh my God. It just keeps getting worse. That's their legs. You took their legs from them. Yeah, they stole someone's fucking knees. You took their legs. My hepatitis C medication. Interview from Portland, Oregon. Helen's hepatitis C medication has been taken multiple times in Portland. For it to be effective, Helen had to finish all of the medication, which can cost tens of thousands of dollars. I was flipping out, she said. That stuff's not cheap. Helen had to work with a clinic to get a replacement approved. To keep it safe, she stored it at a local nonprofit. Portland officials say they tell workers to always store prescribed medication. Well, we know how in practice this turns out. And like I said, who makes sure that happens, right? If Portland officials are saying that they tell workers to store things like that and to not throw stuff away, who stands there and makes sure that happens? What's to stop a worker from just throwing it away? Who's gonna find out? Are you gonna go through the dumpster to make sure that they didn't throw away some stuff in there that is perfectly good and perfectly fine, possibly like somebody's cell phone or medical records or social security card or birth certificate or husband's ashes or somebody's hepatitis C medication? How do you know? Who's making sure that's happening? Like I said, Chad, I shared like an example in Los Angeles of people getting harassed for trying to stand by and document homeless encampment sweeps. When journalists take time out of their day, take time out of their life, and put their safety, their own safety and their own well-being on the line to stand by and take pictures and film and document homeless encampments, who else is doing it? Like those people are fucking harassed by the cops and thrown in the back of the fucking a squad car for an hour, right? As only to be let go later because they're not breaking any laws, but you're still harassed. Who makes sure? Nobody makes sure. There's no oversight. And plus, something tells me, chat, that these sanitary workers probably don't get paid enough to give a shit. They're probably, at risk of being homeless because if they get hit with a surprise $250 to $300 bill, they're probably at risk of getting evicted as well as a sanitary worker. You know how fucked up all of this is? They don't get paid enough to even give a shit. And you tell them to make sure that you're paying attention. How are they supposed to know? What looks like a pile of paper to them might end up at, just a bunch of trash, might actually be somebody's fucking medical records. How are they gonna know? How do they know? Oh, that's their only jacket? How did they know? All I saw was like a raggedy sweater that has holes in it and like, I don't know, blood and dirt and maybe feces on it or something. But how was I supposed to know that that was the only thing keeping them warm? And now they're gonna have fucking frostbite like the last guy had. Some guy earlier in this article had frostbite twice after having their tent and their fucking sleeping bag taken away. They had their feet amputated because they fucking got frostbite because... Dude. A walker was taken from somebody in Los Angeles. A Ziploc bag of tampons. A Ziploc bag of tampons. Here, case in point. Look at this. Look at this. What's the average non-pharmaceutically trained, non-medically trained sanitation worker who doesn't get paid enough to, who doesn't get paid a living wage? When they see a pill bottle that's unmarked full of pills, how the fuck are they supposed to know if that's for their fucking seizures or if that's their mood stabilizer? How the fuck are they supposed to know? They're just gonna throw it in the trash, dude. That shit's going straight in the dumpster. That's Huggies, man. Huggies. This is somebody's, that's not a scooter, that's a walker. That's for like if you have a fucked up leg. My prescription glasses were taken, have been getting headaches. They just came and throw our stuff away. They just don't care. I like it was nothing to them. Thank you, Jesus. Adam Mora said he had eyeglasses taken in a sweep in Riverside, California this year. His partner said her supply of contacts was also taken. Riverside officials did not comment on specific cases, but said they do their work with the utmost professionalism and respect. Clothing. People told ProPublica that an entry in the logs as mundane as clothes could represent the loss of a memento from a loved one or the ability to stay clean and safe. Yeah, clean clothes in San Jose. One black bag with clothes inside in San Francisco. Blue Keds shoes in San Jose. Clothes on hangers in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Yellow plastic raincoat in San Jose. My boyfriend's shirt in Austin, Texas. Candice. Swarm's boyfriend Armando died in July 2021. Swarm, who is 38 and lives in Austin, Texas, kept the shirt he was wearing that day in a Ziploc bag. She described taking it out once. It smelled like him, and I just missed him so... God, man. That's so fucking sad, bro. That's so fucking sad. It still smelled like him, and I just missed him so much in that moment, and I just hugged the shirt and I cried. In November 2023, city workers told her she had 72 hours to move her belongings. She said workers returned about 48 hours later and crushed her van. And they crushed... What do you mean? Her van and everything inside, including Armando's shirt. Dress shirts in San Jose, suitcase and clothes from Denver, 31 miscellaneous shirts in San Jose, multiple socks and underwear from San Jose. My clothes in an interview from Riverside, California. My clothes, because it's hard to keep clean being on the streets, so it made me feel insecure to ask people for help. Jeffrey Stafford in Riverside said He watched the city crew dispose of his tent, shoes, and clothes. They came in with the Bobcat and just picked up whatever they could, threw it in the truck, and took it. The 32-year-old said. Afterward, he said he started wandering the streets, trying to replace his survival gear. 5 black trash bags of clothes in San Bernardino, California. 1 jersey, Dodgers, blue in Los Angeles. Wait, did the Dodgers win? Sorry. So the Dodgers lost. Whatever. Like the World Series or whatever. The only time I ever cared to ask. Plaid suitcase of clothing in San Diego. Clothing and shoes in San Jose, California, and Portland, Oregon. Gray workout pants. 1 bag with clothing and essential stuff. Maroon mom life hoodie. Gifts from my mom in San Francisco. My clothes that my mom had just bought for me. It was really hard to tell her that all the Jesus, dude. The clothes that my mom had just bought for me. It was really hard to tell her that all the clothes we went shopping together were lost before I even got to wear them. Kayla said she lost all of her clothes when workers removed her encampment in San Francisco in 2020. Kayla's mother had taken her shopping recently. I came back and everything was gone. Sentimental items. Since Teresa Stratton, 61, became homeless with her daughter over a year ago, she'd kept her husband's ashes in an urn made of Himalayan sea salt. Oh my God, dude. Ray, the love of her life, died in 2020. You could see it in his eyes every time he looked at me, how much he loved me. God, I don't... In April, when city contractors came through Delta Park in North Portland, she said Ray's ashes were taken. Oh, Portland officials said they didn't see an urn in photos taken by workers. They said depending on how the ashes were stored, they could have been thrown away. Advocates and people experiencing homelessness repeatedly mentioned having ashes taken during sweeps. My husband's ashes, it made me feel alone, scared, empty. Now I wonder where he is and if he's all still in his urn and if he's okay, and I hope he's not in the dump. Many cities only store items that cleanup crews deem valuable and in good condition, meaning things like letters, photos can be discarded. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they have this, it's up to the, the discretion of the sanitary worker that's working that day, right? Like, when they look at a pill bottle full of pills and it doesn't have a marking on it, they think it's just like drugs or some shit. They just throw it in the trash. They probably don't even want to touch it. You know what I mean? They just like pick it up with some sticks, like, a fucking whatever the fuck pickup thingy, shovel, and throw it in the fucking dumpster. Like, it could be the only clothes you have, but they look dirty to a fucking sanitary worker, and they're like, you know what? This looks like trash because it's dirty. I'm gonna throw it away. That was their only clothes. What is this random fucking bottle of Himalayan sea salt? That's the ashes of the love of somebody's life. Just looked like a fucking bottle of Himalayan sea salt to me. I just threw it away. An American flag. Wow, that's fucking, poetic. Someone's American flag was taken away and thrown away in San Jose. A pink diary. Binder artwork in their writings. My children's baby shoes. I had my kids' baby shoes with me once we became homeless. It was all I had left of them. And they are with family. The police / city took them with the rest of our stuff. It broke my heart. It was all they had left of their kids. Because they are too poor to take care of them. They had to give up their kids to their family members. Yeah, Stoutman, you're right. Also, what's considered valuable and what do they do with those things? Right, exactly. It's just up to that person. And like I said, also on top of it all, those sanitary workers probably don't get paid enough to fucking care. They just want to get off work and go home to their families. You know what I mean? To their apartment that they're at risk of losing because they can't afford a surprise $250 bill, like I said earlier. You know? Over 6 years, Mary and Jeff Yonner said crews in the Phoenix area took their belongings at least a dozen times. They've lost and replaced documentation and clothing. But Mary, 59, gets emotional when she thinks about the loss of baby blue shoes that her son and daughter wore. A memorial plaque in Seattle, a photo album in San Diego, the New Testament paraphrased in San Diego, photos of my mother and sister in Seattle. Harold Odom, 64, had been housed for about 7 years, but he still thinks about the family photos, including of his late mother and sister, that he said were taken from him in a sweep in Seattle. It's a sense of loss that doesn't go away, he said. Knowing that my belongings are likely gone for good, trashed or lost forever, fills me with a sadness that's hard to bear. A box of books, albums and records, stuffed animals, my mom's obituary. They took my baby pictures and my mom's obituaries. Brandon Lyons, 28, and his belongings taken by Riverside's code enforcement unit last year. Lyons said he and his friends moved their belongings out of the area, but the city still took them when they were briefly left unattended. Christmas ornaments, silver heart ring, a prayer book, memorial board, army commendation, stuffed animals. Yeah, like Department of the Army. This is to certify that the Secretary of the Army has awarded the Army Commendation Medal to whoever this homeless person is. Like, get fucked. We're taking this away from you. Like, thank you for your service. Now go fucking, fuck yourself in the fucking streets. You know what I mean? I took everything away from you. I took everything. Comic book in a container. 1 bag of art supplies. My crown. Crystal was most devastated to lose a rhinestone crown during a Portland sweep. It was just the feeling when I wore it, she said, like I was somebody. I hate this so much. There were sweeps in the area around this time, but city officials said they didn't find a record of her items. A Pelican case of letters and documents, probably medical and important. A laptop and a journal. Oh, prescription bottle that is full. An ID badge, an electric wheelchair, 4 packs of adult diapers, 5.5 bottle of Gold Bond Eczema relief, paperwork and credit cards, 105 financial documents. Repeated loss. ProPublica spoke to many people who nearly lost everything they owned repeatedly. They told us, hold on a sec, let me snooze the ad. They told us how this extreme loss disoriented and demoralized them. After 2 sweeps in the span of a few months, Jerry Vermillion, 60, said he stopped trying to rebuild and spent most of the past 2 years in Portland wandering around, sleeping in a doorway here, a doorway there, not settled. He just stopped trying. Just stopped trying altogether. You better get used to starting over. If you get attached to anything, you'll get devastated, he told ProPublica. I felt violated. I felt that no one cared and was very hurt and angry. It made surviving day-to-day life difficult to be able to progress out of being homeless, and was a setback that made the depression state I was in ever worse, or even worse. Then other people would take advantage of me even worse than they already have. Fuck. Vermillion is in temporary housing now as he secured one of 20 spots offered by a local nonprofit. but he said the sweeps did not motivate him to find housing. Even when someone gets off the streets, the loss of what was taken stays with them. Deanna Everett, 68, said the city of Santa Cruz, California, threw away many of her belongings, including furniture she'd saved from when she was housed in early 2024. When she moved into new housing in June, she had only clothes and a few other items. I don't know if anything will ever seem quite right after what happened, Everett said, but I have to keep in mind that there's got to be a light at the end of this tunnel. And so I'm just going to keep a close eye on that light. I hope it'll shine. One person who asked not to be named because of safety concerns offered a description for people on the streets. I call us the missing stuff folks, she said. We're missing our families, we're missing our homes, we're missing our stuff. Oh, man. That was a rough read. Here's this article from ProPublica. Swept away. What cities really take when they sweep homeless encampments? There's that for you in the chat. Damn, dude, that one took forever. We have a lot more to talk about. God damn it. God motherfucking damn it. All right, let's see. How are we doing on time? Oh, the ads are about to run. That's right. Okay, so we're taking all this off here. Okay, now next up, chat. We're gonna end off our stream talking about the U.S. military-industrial complex and private military, private security firms and big banks and high-tech death camps. The whole lot. Okay, that's what we're gonna end our stream off on as far as politics goes. Okay, that's what we're gonna get into next. But the ads are about to run. Okay, so before we continue and get into this, we have to run an ad break. Okay, don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to even more super exclusive Tofu Ghost emotes and to also help me, your favorite streamer ever, get closer to achieving Partner Plus, which would give me a 70-30 split of all the money you also generously give to me every month. You can also support me and also help out one of your friends in the chat simultaneously by gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed chatters. If you are one of those unsubbed chatters, make sure to say hi, throw some emotes in the chat or something. Or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. You can also support the stream by throwing bits or a dono my way. $3 specifically if you would like to do a TTS message, a text-to-speech message. Let's say I've been ignoring your chats all night and you're mad at me and you want to yell at me for one of my terrible takes earlier. You can force me to pay attention to you for the low price of $3. Yeah, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through those ads. Sitting through the ads is a good way to help out the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But never fear, because we are back. Oh boy. We are back. Let's get back into it. Let's get back into it. Reminder chat that we are at 5 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If we hit the daily sub goal today, that will lock us in for comfy content. So if you would like to, after we're done with all the news and all of the man-made horrors beyond our comprehension, if you would like to unwind and hang out and, just chill out for a bit with the community after the news, let's hit that sub goal so we can watch some fun stuff. like Urban Rescue Ranch and Steve Wallace and more. But in the meantime, back to the fucking news, back to the man-made horrors beyond our comprehension. And now what we're going to spend the rest of our stream, at least the politics portion of the stream, talking about is just kind of broadly the military-industrial complex, the revolving door that exists for people like General Milley here in the private sector. And we're going to talk about, you know, big tech and you know, the private security firms and how all of these things like kind of come together in one big fat dystopian fucking nightmare. Let's start off with this from Ken Klippenstein. General Milley, the woke general, by the way, the gay woke liberal general. General Milley tells bankers, "Thank you for your service." No. Thank you for your service. Like, you bankers, you know what I mean? I may have been in the military for my entire life. I may be a 4-star general, but it is you, the bankers, who deserve a salute. Retired General Mark Milley gave a fawning speech on Monday to a sea of tailored suits at the American Bankers Association annual convention in New York. Since retiring from his role as the U.S. military's top officer, Milley has found a new calling, sharing his, quote, strategic expertise for those who can make him money. Milley's remarks give the impression that the Pentagon's top brass is just as much at a loss for how to handle our forever war as anyone. As General Milley enjoys a well-deserved retirement, he's actually busier than ever. Among his new responsibilities, he's now a senior advisor to J.P. Morgan Chase. What the fuck? What's that Kanye video? The Kanye clip of him talking about Lady Gaga, or is it Lady Gaga? I think it's Lady Gaga. He's like when was it Lady Gaga? Yeah, this is it here. This is how I feel about that. Like, this is like General Mark Milley, 4-star general, using his strategic military expertise to become a senior advisor to J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. Is giving this.
And what he said is, you are a celebrity. So basically what's going to happen is there's product here. And this is where you end up, right here. If you can communicate this product, you can make money off the product. Because look at Gaga. She's the creative director of Polaroid. I like some of the Gaga songs. What the fuck does she know about cameras?
That's probably the best. That's probably one of the best Kanye West clips ever. And that's saying something, right? Because it's fucking Kanye West. Like, there's so many like iconic clips, like, but like this one sticks with me, and it's what I think of when I see this. Like, General Milley, a 4-star general, is retired from the military, right? The top brass, the top military man in the United States of America. He's using his strategic knowledge of war and military stuff to be a senior advisor to J.P. Morgan Chase. It's like he said at the beginning. The beginning is actually very relevant.
And what he said is, you are a celebrity. So basically what's going to happen is
you are a general.
There's product here. And this is where you end up, right here. If you can communicate this product, you can make money off the product.
If you can communicate that your knowledge of war and killing and death and the strategery around it, if you can communicate it properly, you can sell that as a product to anyone, whether it's J.P. Morgan Chase or anybody, dude. Like, What the fuck does a 4-star general know about banking? About like the, you know, finances and like whatever. Whatever, man. He's now a senior advisor to JP Morgan Chase, said moderator Peter Cook, former Pentagon press secretary turned chief communications officer for the American Bankers Association. As a Gaga stand-up partnership literally went nowhere. I mean, listen, Kanye was... I don't want to say... I was about to say something that I don't want to say. Oh, that's not what I want to say. I'm not going to say that. But the video that I just showed you, the words in the video that I just showed you were not wrong about Dude, I can't. Did Tofu smoke something different today? No, man. No. Fuck no, I lost my train of thought. He was, god damn it. What he said in that video was correct in regards to Lady Gaga. I lost my train of thought. I'm moving on. Whatever. Fuck. What an insane thing. God damn it. In warming up the crowd, Cook said that he had served alongside General Milley during the Obama administration. I had the honor of working alongside General Milley when I was serving as the assistant to the Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs and Pentagon press secretary under the late Secretary of Defense Ash Carter. And I saw firsthand General Milley's leadership, his wise counsel. From a capped military salary of just a measly $204,000 a year, Milley's income has skyrocketed. He's finally making the big bucks now. He went from being a broke boy, working in the military, right, to making the big bucks at JP Morgan Chase. Tofu goes away for 2 weeks and she comes back far right. It happens. He's joined the faculties of Georgetown and Princeton and has also entered the lucrative paid speaking circuit. Dude is just making insane money. He's just like, yeah, dude, I just like, I work at Georgetown and Princeton, and also you can pay me $50,000 to speak for 20 minutes at your gala. And also, like, I was already making $204,000 every year for many, many, many years as a general. The top ranking general, by the way, in the US military. Dude, and now I'm a top advisor to JP Morgan Chase. Dude, it's so unnecessary. It's so completely unnecessary, this level of wealth. And it's all for evil shit, too. Like, it's all just like because you were the head fucking bad person. You know what I mean? One of the top brass in the worst parts of humanity. Awesome. Fucking cool. For his speeches, Milley is represented by the Harry Walker Agency. I said $50,000 as like a joke. Like I grabbed a random number, but like, people make insane amounts of money, for speaking engagements. Like, I'd be very curious to know what the actual number is that he makes when he speaks. In March, I reported on a speech Milley gave to a gathering of 160 CEOs organized by global investment bank Moelis & Company. After my article was published, the bank promptly removed its review of Milley's speech from the Harry Walker Agency's website without explanation. Covering your tracks? Like, why are you hiding your relationship with a retired 4-star general? Like, what's up? Like, what the fuck? It wasn't as if his talk contained proprietary or classified information. It was that he said anything that might attract media attention and consequently lessen his value as an inclusive commodity. Damn. This week, in teeing up his brilliant geopolitical insight, Milley wasted no time planting his lips on the audience asses. I know people think all of us in uniform for our service, but oh my God, I was joking when I said this earlier. I didn't know he actually said it like this. I was joking when I said exactly this earlier. I was holy fuck. You have got to be kidding me. I was memeing. Real life is a fucking meme. Dude, real life is too silly. This timeline, too silly. It's too silly to take any of this seriously, man. Fuck me. Let me start over. This week, in teeing up his brilliant geopolitical insight, General Milley wasted no time in planting his lips on the audience's asses. He said, and I quote, "I know people think all of us in uniform for our service, but I, a four-star general, want to thank you for your service, because the two key components of national security and the international scene is a strong military and a strong economy. I know that the people in this crowd are controlling basically 25 trillion of a $30 trillion economy. So good on you for doing that." Motherfucker, unironically, the top general, retired now, but former top general, the general of the US military, the general, below the president, one notch below the president. Holy shit, think about that. One notch below the president. He said, no. Don't thank me for my service. Let me thank you, the bankers, for your service in handling 24 to 25 trillion of our $30 trillion economy. Your service is what I should be thanking you for. When Milley finally got to substance in a week that saw Israel's attack on Iran, the deployment of North Korean soldiers to Russia, allegedly, I don't know, and a mildly, it's more likely that they are definitely in Russia training, which is not the same thing as being deployed to the front lines. But either way, it doesn't matter. And a mildly important presidential campaign reaching its crescendo. He had very little insight to share. Like, dude, despite everything, all he was there to do was just suck the dick of a bunch of fucking CEOs, hundreds of them, by the way, hundreds of CEOs, just suck their dicks to make them feel good and connected, you know what I mean, or whatever. Like, that was their job. He got paid tens of thousands of dollars to just get up there and suck every CEO's dick for like a half hour. On the Iran strikes this week, Milley said that, quote, "The Israelis answered with some precision strikes the other day, limited, not devastating, and those strikes were meant to send a message to Iran that Israel can operate with impunity." Bro, shut up. It's interesting that Milley stressed Israel's ability to operate over Iran's skies rather than some significant, quote, military effect it had by bombing the country. Interesting. He did acknowledge a reality of the Middle East that the Pentagon has steadfastly been denying for the past year. He called it a regional war. Yo, they don't want to call it a regional war. They'll start calling it, listen, Democrats will start calling it a regional war if the moment Donald Trump gets the presidency, if Donald Trump, you know, God forbid, gets the fucking presidency. Then Democrats will be like, oh, it's a regional war. Look, he's gonna spiral this thing, which he probably would spiral this thing out of control. But like, it is interesting to consider that nobody wants to call it a regional war because it is election season. Nobody wants to be responsible for, funding and arming a rogue state that sent an entire region into a war and closer to world war. Nobody wants that on their record. This might seem obvious, but the Brandon administration to this day insists that the war remains contained and that any fighting in, say, Lebanon, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, the Red Sea, etc., either isn't happening or is just some schoolyard scuffle. As Milley put it, right now, it is a regional conflict in the sense that you've got attacks coming from multiple directions, but it's not a very large regional conflict. Yet. It could go that way. It may not. We'll see what happens. But you and I and all of the rest of the CEOs at this beautiful gathering here today will be fine. So don't worry about that. The statement itself reveals how off the cuff Milley's remark probably was, tempering his use of the phrase regional war by suggesting that it could be even larger. Milley went on to say that U.S. troops in the region were in an exposed position, as if they wandered down a blind alley rather than that national security leaders like Milley put them there. That's real. Milley continued, "You've got a considerable footprint in the Middle East that are all in various levels of exposure if it was a broad regional conflict. So our guys are at risk. Nobody should underestimate the levels of risk our people are at in the Middle East right now." He went on to say that those forces were in places like Syria, Iraq, and even Israel, countries that the Pentagon routinely avoids mentioning, insisting mostly that the U.S. forces are in undisclosed locations, kind of like how recently Kamala Harris claimed that there are no U.S. troops in any active war zones, and then there was that clip of, that the Republicans love, but it is, pretty funny that there's that clip of the soldiers in an active war zone being like, then what the fuck are we? Republicans love that, as if they aren't going to send them, to many other war zones, right? If not them, right now, then maybe after they get out of the military and then sign up to be in a private military firm, a private military company, a PMC. They sign up to be a part of what Blackwater ended up becoming or some shit. Then they'll send them back overseas. The Republicans are angry it isn't sending the soldiers to war. I mean, they're running on this idea that they are the pro or the anti-war party, that Trump is the anti-war candidate, which is obviously just fucking laughable. But the reason why they're able to say that is for things like what we're about to talk about actually coming up next, is their support for and their ties to private military companies like Blackwater, for example. It's not known as Blackwater anymore, but yeah, shit like that. So it's you can say that you are the anti-war president because you brought troops home, but you replaced them with mercenaries. Right. So whatever. They're not war zones, they're special military operation zones. Where have I heard that before? Biden's proctologist. Where have I heard that before? And of course, the Brandon administration insists that there are no boots on the ground and that no one is in combat. A false claim that I've written about. There we go. We just talked about that. Milley's remarks can't exactly be said to be calling a spade, but he is going off script. The post-retirement era is a tricky one. There's no battalion of talking points writers, and anything that is said, even if it is not intended, that can be interpreted as partisan or critical. Most retired generals thus prefer to say nothing. On Ukraine, Milley also let slip his judgment with regard to the war, saying, "The probability of Russia overrunning Ukraine is very, very low, militarily speaking, and the probability of Ukraine militarily compelling the withdrawal of 250,000 Russian troops is equally low." Ruh-roh. A lot of people don't want to hear that one. A lot of fucking people do not want to hear that one. Yo, what's up, Fellini? But like you're hearing it from the top general, former, retired, top fucking general, top brass. Yeah, like forever war, right? But like, you know, Millie, like, you know, Ken Klippenstein is saying here, kind of let it slip. That like, yeah, forever war, top ass. Got him. Millie isn't saying that Ukraine can't win. As an army officer, he is merely saying that Ukraine can't compel Russia to retreat militarily, meaning purely with military force and mostly on the ground. Right. Purely with military force, right? Which is, like I said, people don't want to hear that, because that would mean if you're not able to do it purely with military force, then what else is there? Diplomacy? Oh. Nobody wants to hear that. Like, nobody wants to hear that, because that would maybe possibly end up meaning, you know, deals that are not ideal for everybody, you know, for the same people who might not like the sound of that, right? Like, that would probably mean a situation likely that is not ideal, meaning land is probably going to be lost, which a lot of people, like, you could even say understandably, right? You could even say understandably, you know, are upset about that. But like, it doesn't make it any less true, right? That unless, you know, if you are to avoid another forever war, like, yeah, it's you know, this is the way to go. And even General Milley is letting it slip in front of 100 and fucking however many CEOs. He's saying that, like, yeah, you know, you kind of purely military force is probably not going to, you know, bring the victory that Ukraine would like. By exhausting the other side's willingness to continue to fight like Vietnam did to the U.S. Instead, we keep antagonizing China, etc., to keep the war on. As such, it is not a very profound statement. And Pentagon and White House leaders are prone to say that the U.S. supports Ukraine to the quote end, not to victory. This is their own way of not ever saying anything that would get them into trouble or offering a promise that they might have to deliver on. In providing his strategic view of the world, Milley gives us an unusually candid overview of the U.S. military's sprawling presence. He said that, quote, now, which means every day, the United States has some 180,000 military people in, quote, about 100 to 120 countries around the world. $180,000 military personnel in 100 to 120 countries around the world. No other fucking country can say that. By the way. Not China, not Russia, not Iran. Nobody. That's an insane number. 180,000 military personnel in 100 to 120 countries around the world, with 100 to 150 ships in the oceans, while American military aircraft are flying some 5,000 sorties every day. No other country can fucking say that. Yeah, you don't even want to know how much oil that burns. Let me tell you. Let me give you an example. Right? In Los Angeles, okay, one of the ghetto birds, one of the like sheriff or LAPD helicopters costs anywhere between $2,000 to $3,000 to operate every hour. And if you're in LA or have ever been in LA or in the surrounding area, you know, the greater LA area, you know just how often police helicopters are flying. They're constantly flying, constantly. Multiple times a day, my house shakes because one just flew right over my house, or if it's not just sitting there for like an hour, right? Like shining its fucking spotlight into you know, the street over, next street over or some shit. Like, if it costs a police helicopter $2,000 to $3,000 every hour to operate, and that's like oil and gas or fuel and maintenance and everything, you bet your ass it is an ungodly, unspeakable fucking number. You know what I mean? Like amount of oil burned because of those 5,000 sorties and those 100 into 150 ships in the oceans at all given times. Like it's not even considering like how much, like for example, all the fighters and planes that operating out of Hawaii that dumped extra fuel into the ocean that poisoned like water supplies and poisoned people, like poisoned the environment in Hawaii. Like as an example, just like gallons and gallons and gallons of fucking fuel just dropped into the fucking sea. Daily, I see C-130s do practice runs. Dude, C-130s probably take insane amounts of fuel, I would imagine, because those things are like they're flying batteries, like they're huge fucking like cannon batteries that are just like flying through the sky. Fucking insane. Maintenance on the bird is insane too. Hugely impractical machines. That's what your tax dollars are paying for, chat. What is outrageous though is that Milley says that those ships are, quote, keeping the sea lanes safe for commerce. The most important thing, right? Commerce, right? Of course. Of course. Jesus Christ. And that the troops are maintaining some degree of stability. That's not how I see it. When commercial shipping is already avoiding the Red Sea and traveling around Africa to avoid the fighting, they should do that more. They should get fucked. And they should do that more. Like more, all shipping companies should be going around the Horn of Africa, and dealing with the extra costs. Like, that's how, embargoes, work, right? That's the thing that is done on the world stage by political actors, states and otherwise, all the time. How many economic embargoes are in place on countries by the United States, right? Like Cuba, like think about this. Like when people clutch their pearls about shipping lanes in the Red Sea and using that as the justification to continue to melt people from Yemen and in Europe, for example, that's a very normal thing for political entities to do in order to try to push their political agenda on the world stage. That's fucking politics. That's geopolitics for you. That's how that's done. Yo, Johnny48, thank you so much for 13 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Kamala Harris will fix that. She will clamp down on the military, right? By clamping down on the military, if by clamping down on the military, you mean creating the most, quote, lethal military in the world, then yes. Absolutely. That's not how I see it when the US and its Pacific allies are practically at war every day in the South China Sea. True. The Philippines is so unsafe because of American foreign policy. So unsafe. That's why the Philippines is just a factory for hospitality workers. Like the Philippines is essentially a gigantic factory that pumps out hospitality workers, doctors, nurses, hotel people, whatever, hospitality generally, pumps out hospitality workers for the United States, while also serving as a gigantic fucking military base, a gigantic fucking aircraft carrier just off the shore of China. And the Filipino people are fucking, my family, right, are fucking made less safe because of America's interests abroad. And it's even so fucking, you know, like the history is so deep in places like the Philippines where it's like there is so much pro-US sentiment. It's just like the culture has been bombarded with pro-US sentiment, I guess, that makes sense, right? Now, so much so that like, you know, like they keep electing fascists over there, right? And fucking, you know, that are, you know, supported by the United States, by the way. Any opposition to these fascist political families like the Dutertes and the Marcos and shit like that, who both are you know, members of both those families are currently in office in the Philippines. Like, they fucking continuously vote in favor of U.S. imperialism and fucking fascist like royal families, essentially. It's fucked. It's just so deeply fucked. So completely deeply fucked. Like, this is so true. This is so real. Like, that's not how I see it when the U.S. and its Pacific allies are practically at war every day in the South China Sea. That's right. Like, Filipino fishermen are fucking in danger constantly. Constantly. It's a vassal state. What's up, James? Where is this stability? His comments are a reminder of just how disconnected the ends and the means are. I don't see anything in the real world that looks like stability or international cooperation or norms that have ensured freedom of the seas. It's just war on top of war, tucked into more war. Millie dares not stick his neck out to make any predictions. Dares not stick his neck out to make any predictions or even offer any suggestions for an end to all of this. Just this week, Millie was quoted all over the press as calling Donald Trump a fascist, a quote, fascist. But he didn't make a single direct reference to Trump in his talk. For the national security state, it doesn't matter who the next president will be. I'm going to read that sentence for you one more time. For the national security state, it does not matter who the next president will be. Even if Trump declared a straight-out isolationist foreign policy on day one of an administration, I would bet a good amount of subscriber money that the Pentagon budget and national security spending would still be higher 4 years hence. If you're looking for any solutions, I guess the, quote, wise counsel package doesn't cover that. There was one part of the talk toward the end that stood out to me. Millie described it talking to an old-timer who parachuted into Normandy during World War II. I leaned over to him in my uniform and I said, Sergeant, tell me your great lessons of World War II. And I thought he'd tell me some tactical lessons about shoot straight or stay low or something like that. And he looked up with tears in his eyes and he said, General, never let it happen again. The same message my dad, you know, hit the beach at Iwo Jima. Same message my mother, who had served in the Navy in World War II. Great power wars are horrible, terrible things. And we need to make sure, that we put a great effort at maintaining our superior economy, maintaining a superior military, maintaining mature... How to immediately tell me you learned nothing from all of those great wise lessons that were handed down to you from World War II vets and your family, your parents? Like, you took those lessons and you were like, and that's why we need the most lethal military in the world in the history of mankind. Like, dude, the most superior economy, the most superior military, maintaining mature, seasoned leaders that are thoughtful, deliberative, not impulsive, not going to get out there and get us wrapped around the axle with the great power war. How does none of these things are not maintaining this superior economy and maintaining this superior military? Like, these things are not fucking compatible with not getting us wrapped around the axle of a great power war. And it's a Spielberg moment This pretense of wisdom from the greatest generation, this desire on Milley's part to associate himself with the good old days of win and lose, good and bad. But there it was, if only in code. Donald Trump is that impulsive person, the opposite of thoughtful and deliberative. I don't know how many bankers he convinced in that aside, him offering a thoughtful and deliberate World War II. Interesting article from Ken Klippenstein. General Mark Milley tells bankers, thank you for your service. I still can't believe he actually literally said that though. Like, that is the most bonkers sentence ever. You know? Where is it? Oh yeah, right here. I know people thank all of us in uniform for our service, but I want to thank you and your service, because the two key components of national security and the international scene is a strong military and a strong economy. I know that the people in this crowd, a crowd of like 160 CEOs and bankers and things like that, I know the people in this crowd are controlling basically 24 to 25 trillion of a $30 trillion economy. So good on you for doing that. Salute. Fucking salute to you, soldiers. You're the real 4-star generals. Like, they call me the top brass, but you're the real top brass. Oh, this is smut. It's unbelievable. Like, he gets paid. Now, he went from making a measly $200,000 a year, a bullshit bitch-made poor people's wage of $200K every year, to making like 50 to 100K probably off of fucking each 30-minute speech he does in front of bankers and CEOs and whatever, to being on the faculty of Princeton and Georgetown, and also on top of that, being the top advisor, okay, to fucking JP Morgan Chase. What the, like I said, I like some of the Gaga songs. What the fuck does she know about cameras? You know what I mean? Like, the fucking perfect quote, like perfect clip for this. Just unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. Best Kanye quote. That's what I said. That's what I said earlier. Kim, quite possible. I said that's my favorite Kanye quotable. is the Gaga quote. Anyway, there's that article for you in the chat from Ken Klippenstein. How are we doing on time? We have 19 minutes until the ads run. All right. In the same vein, like I said, we're ending our stream, the political portion of our stream, talking about, you know, the revolving door that exists between the public and private when it comes to people like General Milley, the 4-star woke gay liberal snowflake general, right? And you know, other like, you know, high-ranking military members at companies like JP Morgan Chase or Raytheon or Boeing and like whatever, talking about that and how that connects with private military companies, and also with big tech, and how that also links up with you know, like US security firms and shit like that. All right, I think to preface this, before we look at this, which is what I'm talking about, I will preface it with this. BBC's Tom Bateman asked the State Department if the U.S. still supports the right of Palestinian refugees to retain their refugee status. The state spokesman said, quote, he can't speak to that today, but he could, quote, take it back and get Tom an answer later. The answer, chat, is to the question, does the United States State Department still support the Palestinians' right to return? He doesn't have an answer anymore for that. Before, the answer was yes. like a week ago, just last week. The answer was, yeah, the United States on paper, the foreign policy on paper states that they support the Palestinian right to return. Okay, but now Matthew Nosferatu Miller here can't even say that for sure. He has to get back to you on whether or not the U.S. State Department still supports a Palestinian right to return. For context, Palestinian refugee status recognized by the UN, which is a terrorist organization, right? Grants refugees and their descendants the, quote, right of return, a principle affirming that those displaced in 1948, along with their descendants, have a right to return to their ancestral homes in what is now Israel. This status affects their access to rights, services, and remains central to discussions on potential resettlement or repatriation.
Tom, go ahead.
I wanted to follow up on Saeed's very first point there about UNRWA, because we understand the immediate critique that you have of the attempts to shutter it, about the critical urgency of aid into Gaza and the effects on the West Bank and so on. But there is a deeper motivation for a lot of Israeli politicians, especially nationalists, who want to break the historical link between Palestinian registered refugees of today and their historical dispossession in 1947, 1948, because that breaks the link between when 750,000 Palestinians fled or were forced from their homes in what is now Israel in 48, and the conflict today. So that's really important. And I just want to get a sense from you, because I don't know if we've heard an answer to this question. Do you support those Palestinians continuing to have registered refugee status?
So I can't speak to that today. I can tell you what we're focused on when it comes to UNRWA's work are the critical services that they provide.
The critical services, but the state that you keep giving money and guns to, the rogue state causing, according to General Milley, the former 4-star general, is a regional war. The state causing that, you keep giving them guns and money, and they just banned UNRWA. The organization that you just stated is critical. So if the State Department and the Brandon administration broadly still has the policy that they think that Israel needs to do more to get more aid into Gaza, then how does this line up with that policy? Does that not stand contrary to your policy, at least on paper? At least on paper? No, but he can't even tell you whether or not they fucking support fucking right to return now. Absolutely fucking insane. So now, with now knowing that the United States probably doesn't support the right to return, let's get into what I was talking about, which links back to General Milley and how all of this works. Is Israel turning Gaza into a high-tech concentration camp? ? Private U.S. security firms, biometric checkpoints, and, quote, gated communities for Palestinians. Gated communities. What's being pitched as, quote, humanitarian aid is looking more like dystopian control.
To monitor and control.
God damn it.
Is Israel planning to turn Gaza into a high-tech concentration camp?
Too high.
According to this report, the answer is yes. Israel is reportedly considering a plan to deploy operatives from private U.S. security companies to monitor and control gated communities of Palestinians in Gaza, with a pilot program expected to start in as little as 2 months. The plan is the brainchild of Israeli-American businessman Mordechai Kahana. Kahana's idea? Round up Palestinians into gated communities where they must pass biometric screenings to access essential aid like food and water, aka concentration camps.
Remember what we were talking about yesterday? We were talking about the deal, the historic deal between OpenAI and US AFRICOM, the US, what is essentially the US Central Command, but for Africa specifically, which is implicated in so many coups d'etats, in so many assassinations, in in so many tortures. It's all it's all related. It all kind of comes together. The United States is or that OpenAI and companies like that are changing their terms of service to allow for the use of their products in a defense context. And now we have the very first confirmed sale, anyways, of AI products from OpenAI and Microsoft to US AFRICOM for an operation that includes like killing, which is like includes operations in hot combat zones, right? Across 29 bases across the continent of Africa. Like,
trainings to access essential aid like food and water, aka concentration camps. Kahana's company, which he describes as Uber for war zones, essentially wants to
Uber for war zones. If that's not the highest form of capitalism, like, like, you are not allowed to scoff when somebody mentions late stage capitalism, because 3 words: Uber for war zones.
control aid distribution in Gaza by using private U.S. security forces. One of the companies he plans to partner with is Constellus, the successor to Blackwater. You might recognize the name Blackwater from the company's involvement in a number of grave human rights violations.
You may. Yeah, you may remember Blackwater from such hits as...
2007, a Blackwater convoy opened fire on civilians in Nisour Square, central Baghdad. It was indiscriminate, killing 17 and wounding 18 others.
Kahana is pitching his dystopian high-tech concentration camps as a humanitarian project to help innocent Palestinians in Gaza access aid. But one look into his public profiles showed that he has no interest in helping Palestinians. Kahana once tweeted that anyone who might fail the biometric screenings required to enter his gated communities would be labeled a terrorist and, quote,
will get a bullet.
Kahana has even joked on Twitter about ethnically cleansing Gaza and moving its population to Jordan.
We love just casually joking about ethnic cleansing, chat, like that dude on CNN. You know what I mean? Do you see how that worked? Like the dude from CNN who got banned from CNN. You know what I mean? Because he said something out loud in public on live television in front of millions of people that he got so comfortable saying behind the scenes that he accidentally let it out in front of everyone on live television. Imagine how that dude jokes in his Telegram channels and his Discords and his group chats at the bar when getting drinks after a meeting with his colleagues. The pager dude, yeah. If he was willing, if he accidentally let that slip on CNN and got banned from CNN, which is really hard to do, by the way. God. By the way. Like, you just imagine the kind of fucked up shit he says behind the scenes. Now, like, back to this guy.
Has even joked on Twitter about ethnically cleansing Gaza and moving its population to Jordan. And he's also called the only sitting Palestinian member of Congress a, quote, Hamas ambassador. And while it's clear that Kahana is desperate to profit off of the genocide in Gaza, the fact that the Israeli government
CNN doesn't even bother to invite me
or other plans like it is extremely concerning. These discussions confirm that Israel is planning.
Ken, if I was CNN, I would invite you. Okay, your dad jokes are worth it. Okay,
planning to maintain a permanent presence on the ground in Gaza indefinitely. It also means that Israel is looking for other avenues to evade accountability for its crimes. In this case, by using private security firms to carry out its dirty work. This is all happening as the Israeli military is actively starving Palestinians and carrying out an ethnic cleansing campaign in northern Gaza, while promoting ideas of Jewish settlement in the Strip. Talks of humanitarian bubbles and gated communities are being portrayed as solutions to the problem of what to do with Gaza. But in reality, they reveal the lengths to which Israel will go to dehumanize and control Palestinians, even if it means repeating the horrors of the past.
Repeating the horrors of the past, you say? Yeah, I mean, and are you starting to understand, chat, how like General Milley, right, speaking to hundreds and hundreds of CEOs and telling them that, like, no, don't thank me for my service. Let me, a 4-star general, you know, the former top brass of the US military, thank you, the bankers, for your service. Because what you do is important, is equally as important as what I do for our country. You handle trillions of dollars every day, and for that, I thank you. He unironically said that. Do you see how that, and General Milley being, you know, a faculty member now suddenly at Georgetown and Princeton, and also being a top advisor to JP Morgan Chase. Do you see how all of this is like kind of similar, related, coming together? It's big business, baby. There's so much money. Do you understand how much fucking money there is to be made? Like I said, General Milley went from making a measly bullshit bitch-made poor person fucking wage of $200,000 a year, a bullshit wage of $200K a year, to making a quarter of that in one speech. To being, you know, the top advisor to JP Morgan Chase and on the faculty of multiple Ivy League schools. Like, dude. And now you have like these humanitarian aid organizations. You see, and then comes in the humanitarian aid organizations and the private security firms and the big tech companies, the AI firms, OpenAI. Like, it's so fucking terrifying. It's so terrifying. It's very fucking scary. What's up, Luca? What's up, Maple Takes? Good morning. So when does a joke become a dad joke? I say when it becomes apparent. Oh, shut the fuck. Are you serious? This should be illegal, the way you just hit me with that. It should be illegal, all right? God. Anyway, so on this topic, we'll dive into this a little bit more deeply with drop site news. The Israeli-American businessman pitching a $200 million plan to deploy mercenaries to Gaza. Let me snooze the ad. Wow. From drop site news, Yaniv Kogan and Jeremy Scale. Wait, what the heck? There we go. The Israeli government is actively considering a plan to deploy operatives from private U.S. logistics and security companies in the Gaza Strip under the auspices of delivering humanitarian aid, according to Israeli media reports. Israel's security cabinet, convened Sunday evening to discuss the proposal, and it's expected to approve a pilot program and begin conducting test runs in the next 2 months, according to Israeli media reports. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, quote, agreed to examine the plan last week, according to Haaretz. The media reports portray the plan as the brainchild of Israeli-American businessman Mordecai Modi Kahana, the CEO of global delivery company GDC, who describes his for-profit business as, quote, Uber for war zones. Uber for war zones, baby. Kahana, a passionate supporter of Joe Brandon and Kamala Harris, an avid supporter of Joe Brandon and Kamala Harris. Do you see why I spent hours today, chat, talking about local down ballot elections, things on ballots that are not the presidential election? Are you starting to understand why I specifically, no shade on anybody that does this, there's obviously nothing wrong with it, but like, you see why I personally like to spend more time talking about things like down ballot issues that you actually have much more of an effect on, right? That affect you even more than I do the presidential election, because like the genocide's going to continue no matter who makes it into the office. Yeah, you could make the argument, and I would agree with you that one might be worse for the situation than the other, but the genocide continues. Okay? The for-profit companies that are described by the CEO as Uber for war zones supports Joe Brandon and Kamala Harris. I want to know if you know who is your local city council, like who is your city council member? That's what I want to know. Do you know how much money your police department gets from your city's budget? Do you know? Do you know who your state assembly member is? Do you know who your congressperson is? Do you know who your senator is? I have more important things. We have more important things to do here. Okay, things that we can actually have an effect on, right? Like, let's read that over again, though. The media reports portray the plan as the brainchild of Israeli-American businessman Mordecai Kahana, the CEO of global delivery company, who describes his for-profit business as, quote, Uber for war zones. Kahana, a passionate supporter of Joe Brandon and Kamala Harris, has spent the past year aggressively trying to find a role for his company in Israel's war on Gaza. Among Kahana's goals is to create a, quote, gated community in Gaza where Palestinians would be subjected to biometric screenings in order to receive humanitarian aid. For months, there has been discussion in Israel of creating, quote, humanitarian bubbles. Humanitarian bubbles in northern Gaza. Bubbles, how could bubbles be bad? Bubbles are always good, right? Bubbles make me happy. Like, they're bubbles. No, they're not ghettos. Stop calling them that, Maple Takes. Don't call them ghettos. Do not call them open air prisons. Do not call them. No, don't call them fucking concentration camps. Stop doing that. No, stop. They are humanitarian bubbles, and bubbles are always good and happy. Stop it. I love going outside and blowing ghettos at the park. What's up, Flunky? Stop doing that. Humanitarian bubbles in northern Gaza where aid could be distributed after Israeli forces declare Hamas fighters have been eliminated from the areas. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has championed the idea. Rumors have been swirling in Israel about how this might be achieved and who might run the operations. GDC and its subcontractor have had extensive discussions with the Israeli government, including the Ministry of Defense, the Israeli Defense Forces, and the Prime Minister's office on the modalities for this initiative, GDC said in a statement on Monday. The company asserted that, quote, well-trained private security is the only realistic way to deliver aid to Gaza. Of course. Duh. The only way, right, to get aid to Gaza is to make a private military force. Okay, that's not subject to laws or things like that, and can cross over international boundaries and violate the sovereign nation's sovereignty at will. Like, no, this is the only way. If you care about the Gazans, if you care about Palestinian lives, you have to support humanitarian bubbles facilitated by private security firms. Shit makes me dizzy, dude, thinking about this. Like, all of this shit, like the open AI stuff from yesterday that we covered, and like General Milley and all the millions of dollars he makes repackaging his knowledge of being the top brass of the death machine that is the US military. like repackaging his strategic knowledge that he's gained over the decades of being a general and like selling it to banks and Ivy League schools. Like, it makes me feel sick. It makes me feel sick. If my rent got jacked up, you know, $200 next month, I'd be fucked. You know what I mean? Like, it would be like, and motherfuckers are out here making the amount of money that I make in like multiple years back to back to back in one 30-minute speech where he sucks the dick of bank CEOs for 30 minutes straight and doesn't actually say anything of substance. Like, if you're heartless, you know, you might want to throw some money into OpenAI and to Microsoft, because now that they're selling AI tools to AFRICOM, you know, to use in combat zones, then, you know, to the moon. You know what I mean? Like, genuinely, I think about this shit and it makes me dizzy. Like, oh my God, dude. Holy. Gotta love corporate language when talking about setting up concentration camps. Literally, though. Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. All right, let's continue. The ads are creeping up to us. Where did I leave off? Oh, yes, of course. The company asserted that, quote, well-trained private security is the only realistic way, of course, to deliver aid to Gaza, as long as the nations are unwilling to put their troops on the ground. Yeah. As long as whole-ass nation states are too cowardly to put their military's boots on the grounds, we will step up and, damn it, we'll be that one. We'll put our private military, private security firm boots on the ground firmly. We'll fill that void. This sounds like a job for the private sector, you know? Oh, Jesus, fuck. Unwilling to put their troops on the ground in Gaza, and UN peacekeepers are seen as ineffective. Why are they seen as ineffective? Why the fuck are UN peacekeepers seen as ineffective? Why is that? Why is that? Is it because, like, oh, I don't know, does it have anything to do with, like, right now, just for example, we're seeing UNRWA get fucking banned by Israel, right? Because the UN collaborates with fucking terrorists, and now you also have fucking this. You have, what is it? You have this. Where is it? Fuck you, Twitter, you bitch. A bipartisan group of 105 lawmakers, including Theodore fucking Felito Cruz. A bipartisan group of 105 lawmakers are also trying to stand up and be like, yeah, the UN are terrorists. Actually, the UN is made up of a bunch of countries who hate our fucking freedoms, goddammit. And that's why me and my, Republican and Democratic friends are gonna stand up to the big bullies that is the UN. Like, why is UNIFIL not able to fucking return fire when a Merkava tank sends a 120 millimeter American-made fucking shell through their fucking facilities? Why are they not able to return fire? Huh? Why? Fuck. Ineffective. Dude, it's so, I'm gonna fucking freak out. As long as UN peacekeepers are seen as ineffective, don't worry. Me and my private military, me and my PMC, we'll set up humanitarian bubbles for you. M'lady. I'm gonna fucking throw up. It added personnel working for our security subcontractor are trained and equipped for non-lethal and lethal methods of crowd control. Well, that's good, because then we have a choice, right? We could, right? Case by case. basis. You don't look at what we don't look at that video we just watched from Mondo Ice talking about Blackwater, right? Right? Don't and all the atrocities that Blackwater did in the Middle East. Don't think about the fact that the people who made up Blackwater rebranded into a new company that is doing business with this fucking company. The private security firms that are going to be tasked by, this, with this, this delivery company, the GDC, is going to be the same fucking people who made up Blackwater, who are responsible for fucking atrocities. It's so crazy, bro. Gotta go pass out now. Have a good time, Tofu Gang. Yo, Mr. Malachite, thanks for hanging out. Always good to have you. I hope to see you again soon. Have a good sleepies. Oh my god. I think the ads, I might not be, I keep getting too stun locked. The ads might run, chat. I'm just warning you. They're getting close. I'll try to stop so that we don't miss anything before it does happen, though. Where did we leave off? They are trained to use deadly force only as a last resort if their lives are in danger. IDF forces, on the other hand, are combat troops who lack the training, equipment, and discipline. I love the idea that the IDF lacks equipment. Like, discipline? Sure, absolutely. Like, absolutely they lack discipline. But, like, to say that they lack equipment is just insane. That's insane. That's a crazy thing to say. Like, if anybody's like leading, leading in the area of like, like death technology, it's fucking Israel. Like like fully automated gun turrets, like guarding, like checkpoints and shit like this, like fully automated fucking sniper towers and shit, dude. Oh my god, bro. Not to mention the fucking AI systems like Lavender and come on. Okay, let's continue. IDF forces, on the other hand, blah, blah, blah. Using combat soldiers for this mission is almost sure to lead to civilian casualties. Who do you think makes up these private security firms? Who do you think does that? If not former fucking combat soldiers. You don't just like go from being a fucking pizza delivery guy to the next day being a fucking private military contractor. You don't. You fucking spend your entire life in the fucking military. You get out of the military and you realize that you're not fit for normal society because you've been molded into a killing machine, and all you can think about is how you would kill anybody that is next to you if you had to, while you're in line at the fucking at the supermarket. All you're doing while waiting in line at the supermarket is imagining 50 different ways that you would take out everybody around you. And you realize that, you look at yourself in the mirror one morning and you say, damn, you're not fit for this shit. You're a fucking killing machine. You're just a killer. What do? All I can do is what I know best. Killing. So what do? I join fucking Blackwater. I fucking join a private PMC, or I fucking go overseas to fucking fight in somebody else's war because I'm fucking bored. And I don't know how to do anything else. Like, these private security firms are made up of these fucking, like, whatever. GDC's pilot proposal includes a plan to partner with Constellus. This is Constellus, a successor and parent company to what was once Blackwater. Call of Duty 6 War Crime Simulator. Literally. Like, I just got Black Ops. All right. I've been having fun off stream playing fucking Black Ops multiplayer. Like, why even play video games when we got real life? Like, I don't need fake stories about this shit when, like, I just read the fucking news. I'll just read the news every day and just be like, damn, that's crazy as fuck. It's like a Tom Clancy novel, bro. Fucking shit, bro. And unironically, people saw like the fucking beepers shit, right? And we're literally like, damn, that's some fucking Tom Clancy novel shit. That's some Call of Duty shit. This reminds me that is Israeli. I think you meant it like it. I think you're trying to spell Israeli. Man who laughed when journalists asked how many Palestinians he killed in the Nakba. I think I know. There's like an old. Yeah, I think that's what's her name's documentary. That was on what's her name's documentary. Oh God. What's her name? I'm blanking on her name. You know the fucking activist. You know the one. It's just gonna really bug me now. Abby, thank you. Abby Martin. Fuck. It's Abby Martin. You're right. Yeah. That's Abby Martin. Thank you. That way I didn't have to freak out and fucking scour Google until I figured it out. All right, let's continue. Successor and parent company to what was once Blackwater, the infamous mercenary company founded by Eric Prince. Constellus maintains it has no ties to Prince. The company operates in Israel on a Pentagon contract to provide security for U.S. personnel working at a discrete radar facility in the Negev desert, 30 miles from Gaza. So, like, a reminder that in this way, there has always been boots on the ground, U.S. military boots on the ground in the region, just outside of Gaza. You know what I mean? A discrete radar facility, not to mention the weapons caches, right? The weapons caches that are across the world, but the biggest of which being in Israel. Like, these are maintained by U.S. soldiers. I guess, and also private military firms, whatever. The site was established to provide early warnings of Iranian ballistic missile attacks. Among Constellus's subsidiaries is the mercenary company in war and conflict zones across the globe. Constellus did not respond to a request for comment. Ah, fuck, the ads are running. Ah, fuck. I'm sorry, chat. If you want to avoid the ad, you gotta subscribe. Chat, we're at 5 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Some people can't hear me right now, all right? We're gonna continue on because I missed the ad. Usually I would stop and do the thing, but it's too late. And plus, I'd like to get through this article. God damn it. But we're at 5 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, okay? I took 2 weeks off for a mental health break recently. And when you take 2 weeks off, you drop a lot of subs, okay? You drop a lot of subs. And we dropped in like 300 something subs, which is fucking disastrous. If you enjoy this stream, if you enjoy the content, if you get something out of the way that I curate the news, if you get something out of having a place to go over the man-made horrors, all of these man-made horrors beyond our comprehension, you know, together with a bunch of cool people in a community rather than alone by yourself in the dark in the middle of the fucking night. Like, if you appreciate that, if you appreciate this space, please consider supporting. Subscribing yourself is the best way to do so. So you help me with the Partner Plus thing. You can upgrade your sub to tier 2 or tier 3 to get more emotes and to help me out with that. You can gift the sub like Paul Wall just did to trans women. Huge fucking W. Thank you so much, Paul Wall, for taking us to 6 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Also, on top of, you know, supporting this stream, if you enjoy the stream in this community and value it in any sort of way, if you want to do comfy content for after this article, if after this article you want to just chill out and watch some fun stuff and unwind after going over all of these horrible fucking things, let's hit that sub goal, because whenever we hit the sub goal, we're locked in for comfy content. We have new Urban Rescue Ranch that we could watch. We have Steve Wallace that we could watch. We have other Urbex content that we could watch. A bunch of shit. So, you know, that would be fun. Let's do it. Hit the sub goal. There's 50 seconds more of the ad, so I'm going to continue shilling. If you are lurking, you can use the please give me a sub redeem like NPC Gaming After Work just did. Spam some emotes, make sure you say hi, make yourself known, make yourself seen. If you don't have a sub and you're unable to afford a sub this month yourself, you know what I'm saying? If you enjoy this content, keep it going full time. Subscribe, throw bits or a dono, $3 specifically for a TTS message. If I have not been reading your chats and you're mad at me for it and you want me to pay attention to you, you can force me to pay attention to you by paying me $3. Okay, I'll pay attention to you. All right, for $3. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. All right, let's get back into it. Thank you again, Paul Wall. I appreciate it. Okay. While Kahana has been presented in Israeli media as generating the proposal for a private security force to deliver aid to Gaza, it is unclear if the Israeli government is actually considering his specific offer or exploring alternative private security contractors. A private U.S. security company would need approval from the State Department to offer armed services to a foreign entity or the Israeli government. In its statement Monday, GDC said it planned to follow up with the Israeli government and would, quote, seek to meet with the government of the United States, the United Nations, and humanitarian organizations active in Gaza. The barrage of media reports stating the Israeli government is increasingly occupied with humanitarian aid distribution logistics comes at a time when Israeli policy on the ground demonstrates it remains unwavering in its commitment to wage a war of extermination against Palestinians in Gaza. The entire discussion of, quote, the day after plans for Gaza and the rumors and reports about proposals for private security may be a smokescreen. Whether Israel is seriously considering a plan to deploy a private force or not, it has made clear it intends to remain in Gaza indefinitely and has no plans to end its genocidal operations. Kahana frequently posts on Twitter expanding on his vision for a, quote, humanitarian operation in Gaza, in which eligibility to receive humanitarian aid is conditioned on passing biometric tests to determine if one is a, quote, terrorist. And, quote, terrorists will get a bullet, he vowed in one tweet. In response to questions from Dropsite News, Kahana added that it would be, quote, similar to Miami without a golf course and a swimming pool. What? Miami? And then, oh, where's Maple Takes? This one's for you. It won't be a ghetto. So stop saying that. Okay? I bet he's also going to say next that it won't be a concentration camp. Okay? So stop calling it a concentration camp. It's a humanitarian bubble. Okay? It's different. And it's poggers. All right? All right, we only here at GDC and Constellus or whatever the fuck, Constanellis, whatever the fuck, at Blackwater 2, Electric Boogaloo. You know, we only like poggers things. All right, I'm out in Miami, ho. Right. Like you telling me you don't want to be out in Miami, ho? It won't be a ghetto, he wrote. They can go in and out anytime, but it will have the goal of safe and secure communities with local Palestinian leadership and government. GDC and company would be just providing security. Sounds to me like they're like, what is the government, right? What is a Palestinian government, right, in these humanitarian bubbles, if the Palestinian government doesn't have the monopoly on violence within its sovereign borders, which would be within its, I should say, within its humanitarian bubble? If this government and leadership of the people who are put into these communities that are like Miami without the pools and golf courses, how can you say that's really a government? Who has the monopoly on violence? It's this private company? This private company is the one patrolling with weapons in this humanitarian bubble where they have their own leadership. They have their own little government. But they don't police themselves. Dude, that sounds like that that is like a dystopian future fucking like prison colony. That's like a high-tech dystopian prison colony. It's well, what else? What else is that? How do we go back to the 16th century? Nah, fuck that, dude. The 16th century ain't got shit on where we're going. Like, on where we're going, all of the horrors of the past will look like fucking like butterfly kisses on a fucking, you know, lovely afternoon. GDC and company would just be providing security. Like, they don't have leadership in a government if these Palestinians within these humanitarian bubbles aren't providing their own security. If they're being policed by an external entity that is a for-profit corporation, what exactly is humanitarian about this? I mean, you know, like, what? Where's the humanitarian part? GDC has counted among its employees Stuart Seldowitz, the disgraced Obama administration official who was charged with the hate crime. Oh my God! No way! Do you remember that guy? Oh my God, he works for this company? No way! What the fuck? This former Obama official, this former Obama administration, oh my God. This ex-Obama official who was charged with the hate crime in the harassment of a halal food cart guy is a member of the GDC. He's an employee. Huh. Oh my God, dude. That is so crazy.
Tonight, a former State Department official is charged with a hate crime in New York after he was caught
with crimes including aggravated harassment and
This guy works for the company that works with former Blackwater, the company that it was formerly Blackwater. And this guy and his company is trying to lobby the Israeli government and the United States government to allow them to use their private security firms to create humanitarian bubbles in Gaza. This guy was in charge of Israel-Palestine, the Israel-Palestine policy in the Obama administration. And he hate crimed the halal food cart guy. Day after day after day, he harassed him. And now he works for a company. Dude, what an evil piece of shit. I think we found the most evil person. Like, this is one of the most evil people I have ever seen in my life. This guy right here, his entire life is dedicated to pure fucking evil. This man. Oh my God. I'm actually blown away by this right now.
hate crime. Mohammed Hussein recorded Seldowitz several times on different days outside his halal food cart and says he made anti-Islamic statements.
But you're a terrorist. You support terrorism.
Seldowitz had been a career State Department official.
This guy worked in the State Department in the Obama administration. He was in charge of policies surrounding Israel-Palestine. This is the guy calling somebody who works has a food cart, calling them a terrorist because they're fucking Muslim. telling them to go back to their country, like harassed them day after day, multiple days in a row, took time out of his fucking worthless life to harass that poor man. And now, in his, after his time as a fucking war criminal for the Obama administration, after hate criming a man just for being fucking Muslim on the street, Arab on the street, he works for a fucking private company that seeks to make humanitarian bubbles in Gaza and use private military firms to deliver aid. Dude.
And also worked for the Obama administration as acting director for
Oh, Mr. Psychopalm, thank you so much for 13 months. I'm sorry. I was just so consumed by this man's evil. Unbelievable. Thank you so much for 13 months. Oh, 13 months, Mr. Psychopalm 13. Huge W. Let's go.
South Asia at the National Security Council.
And we're going to put big signs here that say this guy believes in Hamas. We killed 4,000.
This guy believes in Hamas. Like what that he was this foreign policy expert here. He worked in the State Department. Foreign policy expert here. He worked for Obama. Responsible for policy, foreign policy around Israel-Palestine. And he says, you believe in Hamas. That's like, Hamas is an organization. Yeah, do you believe Hamas exists? Yeah, like, is Hamas Santa Claus? Like, you believe in Hamas? You're a State Department, you were a State Department official? They're charging that mofo? No. This is from a year ago that they got charged. He was charged a year ago when this happened. I'm pulling this up because it turns out that he is an employee. Stuart Seldowitz is his name. And he's an employee at GDC, which is a company, a private, holy shit, a private firm that works with Constellantis, which used to be Blackwater. He wants to create high-tech concentration camps that are framed as humanitarian bubbles in Gaza. He wants to use private military firms to deliver aid and to police these humanitarian bubbles. While they can have their own leadership and their own governments within these humanitarian bubbles, but they will be policed by this private corporation that this guy works for. The web of evil knows no limits. It continues. It's oh my God. I'm actually blown away by this.
Palestinian kids, you know what? It wasn't enough.
Seldowitz told the New York Times the videos don't tell the whole story, claiming Hussein told him he supported Hamas, which Hussein denies. Since the Israel-Hamas war began on October 7th,
I can't believe this. Former Obama administration. I'm actually blown away. I know, I'm sorry, like I'm stuck on this. I'm truly stun locked. Like, I can't believe this shit. It just keeps getting more evil. That dude is probably one of the most evil people ever. Stuart Seldowitz. Holy fuck. GDC has counted among its employees Stuart Seldowitz, the disgraced Obama administration official who was charged with a hate crime after harassing a halal food cart vendor. Kahana said Seldowitz was his, quote, humanitarian diplomacy senior consultant. That guy. Humanitarian diplomacy senior consultant. The dude who harassed a halal food cart vendor because he was Arab and said that he was a terrorist for multiple days in a row. That's the guy that was his humanitarian diplomacy senior consultant. Awesome. GDC reportedly cut ties with Seldowitz soon after the incident. Oh, okay. So he worked for a GDC. All right. But Khanna said he is open to Seldowitz working with GDC in Gaza. What? What? Okay, you fired him after he went viral for being an insane racist and harassing a poor innocent man because he was Arab? Wait, you fired him for that, but you're in the context of you if you talking to the press about you firing him after that incident, you're also saying that you're willing to welcome him back to GDC specifically to work inside Gaza in these quote-unquote humanitarian bubbles where the Palestinians can have their own leadership and government. They're just policed by our private security firms. You want Stuart Seldowitz, the guy you fired for being a racist, going viral for being a racist, you want him to man the helm, to run the concentration camps in Gaza? Are you fucking joking me? It got even worse, chat. How did it get even worse? How does this continue to get worse? I'm actually blown away by this right now. I am the most unlocked I might have ever been on this stream. Like, holy shit. That's some bonkers shit, dude. That is some bonkers fucking shit. He is still a Why does it get worse? Every word I read, my heart sinks deeper and deeper into fucking hell. Holy shit. My heart has fallen out of my asshole and into a portal and gone straight to the depths of hell, where it is burning eternally. He is still a friend, Khanna told Dropsite. He helped GDC to save over 5,000 Muslims in Afghanistan, and he is welcome to do the same thing in Gaza with us. Khanna himself has a record of incendiary statements, describing U.S. Representative Rashida Tlaib as Hamas's designated ambassador to the U.S. Racism. Just racism. And the underground tunnel system used by Al-Qassam brigades in Gaza as the system of the rat. GDC currently employs several former high-ranking Israeli officers. Brigadier General Yossi Cooperwasser, a member of the extremist think tank Ha-Bit-Chonistim, which has advised Netanyahu since the outset of the genocide, and Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital, as well as former Chief Intelligence Officer David Zur. GDC's team also includes recently retired U.S. Green Beret Colonel Justin Sapp, a consultant for Constellus, and a vet Constellus formerly known as Blackwater, who you might remember from such hits as war crimes in the Middle East during the War on Terror. And a veteran of covert CIA paramilitary operations in Afghanistan after the 9/11 attacks. Its logistical director is former U.S. Navy officer Michael Dermott. On Monday, Khanna tweeted that GDC would start its Gaza project as soon as it received approval and added, quote, "Our team leader who will be running the Gaza project conquered Mazar-e Sharif in Afghanistan after September 11th. In a subsequent interview with Ynet, Kahana said he was speaking about SAP, the former Green Beret. Kahana has boasted that his company has operated for 14 years in 5 wars: Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, Ukraine, and Gaza. Our slogan is, "We deliver." I mean, that makes sense because they consider themselves, the CEO considers GDC to be the Uber of war zones. Makes sense. We deliver. He wrote on Twitter in March, GDC is a for-profit business operating since at least 2019, grew out of Kahana's previous New York-based nonprofit called Amalia. My company is like a war zone Uber / UPS for people and goods. My company is like a war zone Uber / UPS for people and goods. Kahana said in July 2023, I can be here on my farm in New Jersey, directing an operation in the Middle East. Isn't that great? Right? Like, isn't that so great? Don't you want to invest? Yo, invest in the war zone, the Uber of war zones, chat. To the fucking moon, bitch. Let's fucking go. Constellus is listed as an unofficial partner on GDC's site, and GDC and Constellus have worked together in Ukraine, according to the Jewish Chronicle, and confirmed by Kahana to drop site news. While GDC moved sunflower oil and diesel into the country, Constellus provided security services. Constellus is one of the largest private security companies in the whole world. It claims to have operated in more than 50 countries and has several advisors, several divisions and subsidiaries. In 2022, its subsidiary, Triple Canopy, won a 10-year contract to provide security to the U.S. Embassy in Iraq, worth an estimated $1.3 billion. So when people tell you they're anti-war, right, and they want to bring the troops home, you better make sure you know all of their campaign donors, right? Do they want to bring the troops home, but then send retired troops who then, after retirement, joined Constellus and other private military firms? Do they then want to send these private security companies in their stead for $1.3 billion contracts? Do you see how much money there is in this? Chat, are you understanding now why General Milley doesn't just retire from the military and then just like live out the rest of his days as a rich ass motherfucker? No, he works for fucking big banks. He works for fucking huge corporations, for Ivy League schools. Like, there's money to be made, chat. There is so much money to be made in war. Like, in so many ways. You think it's just weapons sales? No, there are multiple industries, multiple whole ass industries purely dedicated and surrounding conflict. $1.3 billion deal to protect the embassy in Iraq. It also owns Olive Group, a British private security and training firm. In a recent tweet, Kahana shared a screenshot of a presentation dated May 30th describing the proposed pilot, which at the time was slated to begin in July and focused on Beit Hanun. Constellus is named as partner. Haaretz reporter Amos Harel, while not naming Constellus, said in a recent podcast interview that the company Israel was considering outsourcing the project to, quote, had apparently worked with Americans in Iraq. So, Constellus, formerly known as Blackwater. Yeah, sounds about right. Kahana has described the security force he would work with as, quote, made up of ex-combatants, veterans of elite units from the USA, England, and France. The common denominator of all of them is that they are not Jewish. What? Kahana described the security force you would work with as made up of ex-combatants, veterans of elite units. Wait, I'm confused. Why? Like by design? I don't understand why. Like why is he pointing that out? Am I missing something? I don't understand. Khan has been trying to get the Israeli government's attention. Has been trying to get the Israeli government's attention back in October 2023. He touted a plan to leverage humanitarian aid in order to secure the release of Israeli hostages. At the time, his plan was rejected by the Israeli government as, quote, sounding like Hamas propaganda stemming from the pressure they are under. What? Huh? In November 2023, Khan joked about ethnically cleansing Gaza and moving its population to Jordan and likened anti-genocide protesters in the U.S. to the mice in the tunnels of Gaza. Nice. Referring to footage of a Palestinian child who arrived at Al-Shifa Hospital having survived an Israeli attack covered in dust and blood and trembling uncontrollably. He wrote, "No worries, we are going to liberate him from Hamas." Jesus. In March, NBC News reported the Israeli government was contemplating outsourcing aid truck escorts to a private U.S. contractor, stating Israeli officials indicated it has, quote, approached several security companies already, but declined to specify which ones. Kahana posted a link to the article on his Facebook profile alongside the comment, "GDC does not get paid by the Israeli taxpayer. Peace sign, American flag emoji." I hate this, dude. I hate this so much. I hate living in the dystopian future that I used to read books and watch movies about. Like, I'm so sick of living in the dystopian future that we all like to fantasize about, right? Because it's only fun when it's a fantasy. It's fun, like, in stories. Like, I'm so tired of living in it. This isn't fun. This isn't cool in cyberpunk and like the Matrix and like, it's not. It's just fucked up and depressing and just so evil. Oh my God. In the recent interview with Ynet, Kahana claimed the U.S. will bankroll the project to the tune of $200 million for 6 months of operations. Healthcare, please. Healthcare, please. 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 Healthcare, please. Please? What's up, Union Ice? Please. Those stories were supposed to be a warning. Yeah. Dude, I hate this. After the killing of 7 World Central Kitchen workers in successive airstrikes by the Israeli military in April, Kahana complained that his plan to establish what he described as a secure corridor into Gaza was not being implemented. Oh. Israel, oh, really? Israel is not allowing a humanitarian corridor? Yeah, if only they allowed the private sector to do the job, you know, instead of Israel. Like what? Like what? Oh, thank you, Union Ice. Israel has had this plan on the table for more than 2 months. We have had several meetings at the highest level to present the plan and go over the ideas. The army was in favor, and we have been waiting for the green light. But when we asked if we could go ahead, the Prime Minister's office said, "What's the rush?" he said. Kahana claimed his proposal, quote, was presented to high-level officials at the White House, State Department, and Department of Defense. We did not receive a response to our request for a meeting to discuss and explain the plan. Yo, Johnny Cornflake, thank you for hooking up Union Ice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Putting us at 7 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Reminder that if we hit the sub goal after we're done with this article chat, we can hang out and do some comfy content and do some like Urban Rescue Ranch and Steve Wallace and stuff like that. Union Ice, I know, would love some Urban Rescue Ranch after this. But we got to get to that 25 daily sub goal, chat. So if you want to do comfy content after the news, let's hit that sub goal. Thank you again, Johnny Cornflake. I appreciate it. Thank you. By May, media reports indicated that the Israeli government was engaged in talks with a private American security company said to employ former soldiers from elite military units with the aim of handing the company responsibility for managing the Rafah crossing. Just give it to a private military Fuck it. Yeah, just give Rafah to the private military, private security firms, you know, made up of people who did war crimes in the Middle East after 9/11. You know, made up of the company that used to be known as Blackwater. Kana posted the report on his personal Facebook account, writing, quote, "No comments." The sunglasses emoji. I hate this so much, dude. Yo, Eva with the gifty to Lily the Chaos God. Thank you so much. Also, what's up, Lily? How you doing? Thank you so much for gifting to Lily. Eva, very, very cool. Very poggers. Putting us at 8 out of 25. We're slowly creeping towards that sub goal. Slowly creeping towards comfy content after this article. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Like, writing on your personal Facebook account, "No comments," with the sunglasses emoji is so fucking, it makes me feel so uncomfortable. Yo, Xenomonic with the gifted to Industrial Arts. Let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Setting off a hype train, putting us at 9 out of 25 at the daily sub goal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. We're almost halfway through the sub goal, chat. If you want to do comfy content after this, let's hit that sub goal, okay? Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A few days later, he followed up with an announcement. "I am finally able to share that I will be assisting with humanitarian supplies for civilians in Gaza. Hashtag Gaza. After 14 years and 5 wars, I am now in my homeland of Israel," with the Israeli flag. "My company has been approved to provide logistics with Gaza. Hamas, be aware that none of our supplies will be stolen by you. This is my first and final warning." Sunglasses emoji. God, I'm just like smoking through these joints too quick, man. This shit is fucking insane. Stop with the emojis, please. In August, the idea of the Israeli military outsourcing the occupation of Gaza to private American companies was once again being floated. This time around in relation to the Netzarim corridor, which bisects the strip. GDC was named as the firm the Israeli government was considering for the job. On his Facebook page, Kahana proclaimed, quote, "We are on our way to Israel, Netzarim corridor." American flag sunglasses emoji. In the aftermath of 9/11, the US government dramatically expanded its use of private security companies to service its wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Often portrayed as engaging in humanitarian operations, private security companies offered hired guns to both governments and the private sector. Most importantly, the US has used them in CIA and military operations and to guard American and foreign diplomats and dignitaries. Blackwater entered Iraq in 2003 under the auspices of guarding humanitarian convoys and providing security for corporations. The company was then hired to guard senior U.S. occupation officials. In September 2007, Blackwater operatives gunned down 17 Iraqi civilians in Baghdad's Nisour Square, a massacre which drew global public attention to the burgeoning and secretive world of private military contracting. Private forces are not, which is the key point here, the reason why this exists, the whole reason why this is a thing. Private forces are not subject to the military justice system and do not fall under a military chain of command. That way, when they kill 17 Iraqi civilians, the American government that hired them to be there, not responsible. My hands are clean. No blood on these hands because I hired somebody else to put their hands in the blood. Private forces are not, I already read that. Part of the pitch for Israel to use private contractors in Gaza would be to argue they do not constitute an official Israeli occupation force. Right, just outsource it. right? You can't say that we're illegally occupying Palestinian land if I just pay a corporation to do it. Pay the fucking Uber of fucking war zones to do it instead. Pay the fucking Walmart of war zones to fucking do it. Fuck. It also offers Israel the option of using retired soldiers from the US and other nations to do its bidding in Gaza instead of its measly fucking its weak ass undisciplined conscripted soldiers, right? Like that's a big point right there. They can hire seasoned, hardened military fucking veterans who have many war crimes under their belt, who have many humanitarian wars, crimes against humanity under their belt. That way you don't have to get use the 18-year-old artist from Israel that is, to do these fucking crazy operations. Yo, Wide Peepo Dini, thank you so much for gifting to Kate. Thank you so much. Thank you. Putting us at 10 out of 25, chat. 10 out of 25. If we hit 25, remember, after this article, after we're done with all the man-made horrors beyond our comprehension, as a community, we will wind down and watch some fun stuff and just hang out as a nice chaser after all of the fucking bullshit we've been reading, and going over tonight. So we're very close. 5 more like 15, but close. Close. Okay, I have 15. But almost there. Thank you so much. Thank you. U.S. do its bidding in Gaza. Kahana has also claimed he was, quote, involved with a pitch developed by Eric Prince, the person who founded Blackwater, early in the Gaza war to assist the IDF in flooding. Okay. Remember this, chat? Remember when Hamas tunnels were being flooded with seawater? Right? Further endangering Israeli and other international hostages who were being held in Gaza, right? Further endangering the people who they are said to be there fighting for, right? The hostages. And on top of that, salt water going into the earth and flooding those tunnels with salt water poisons the fucking soil so that nothing can grow in that dirt. It's literally salting the earth. Like, literally salting the earth and putting the hostages, which you have used successfully as a scapegoat to justify your slaughter of Palestinians and Lebanese civilians. He was a part of that. Kahana, the CEO of this fucking insane company, has claimed that he was involved with a pitch developed by Eric Prince, who is the person who founded Blackwater, who is responsible for war crimes in the murder of 17 Iraqi civilians. It's to be specific. Worked with Eric Prince on this idea of possibly drowning hostages and salting the earth in Gaza. That's the guy who wants to get paid to take over humanitarian operations in Gaza. Runs the risk of collapse, causing sinkholes under houses. Yeah. What's up, trans women? Jesus, man. To assist the IDF in flooding underground tunnels in Gaza with seawater, which scientists warned would render the strip unlivable for up to 100 years. It's almost like that's the point. Yes. Prince, quote, asked me to talk to Israelis about the tunnel situation and his idea. Kahana told Dropsite, but the Israelis had no interest to do so. They did it anyway. Kahana has repeatedly called Prince a good friend, best friend, besties, and stated, quote, we definitely share the same security views and our love for the United States, Israel, and the world. That's so awesome. When it comes to US politics, however, Prince is a close ally of Donald Trump, while Kahana has been outspoken in his enthusiasm for Kamala Mamala, girl boss herself, motherfucking Harris's candidacy for president, baby. He supports Kamala Mamala motherfucking Harris for president, all right? That's where him and Eric Prince, you know, don't see eye to eye. The one place where they don't agree on everything. They agree on everything else. Security, their views on security, their views on the United States, Israel. But on this one thing, they disagree. Eric Prince, the person who founded Blackwater, is a Donald Trump fan, while Kahana, the CEO of GDC, is a fan of Kamala Harris. Like I said, that's why I spent hours tonight talking to you, not about the presidential election, but about things that are happening down ballot and about the importance of things on your ballot that are not the presidential election. There are so many very, very, very important things that you have significantly more effect on, more sway on, that are happening on the ballot that you'll be voting on if you haven't voted already, other than the presidential election. Like, this continues whichever way. Which way, Western man? It's the same road. One road. 2 lanes. Same road, though. It's about time for a woman to fucking shit, man. How does this get better and better and better with every fucking paragraph, chat? Ah! It's about time for a woman to run the world, chat. That's right. Women drone pilots. More women war criminals, baby. That's progress. Girl boss. We're girl bossing our way straight into the dystopian future. We've written so many fucking movies and books about ladies and gentlemen and non-binary themtlemans. The dystopian future is now. But don't you worry, because this dystopian future, our dystopian future, might be headed by a fucking woman. A brown woman. Rejoice. Rejoice. And kiss the rainbow stickers on your drones, for the future is bright. Fucking the water's trying to kill me too. Should have took me out. Next time, take me out. Fucking bitch. Ugh. It's about time for a woman to run the world, he wrote in a Facebook post in July, accompanied by a picture of Harris. Politically, we are 180. I am a Democrat, Kahana told Dropsite, but he added, I did buy 9 cows. What a weird thing to say. He said, I am a Democrat, but I did buy 9 cows from Eric Prince, the person who founded Blackwater. I did buy 9 cows from his wife. I may be a Democrat, But every so often, I reach across the aisle to purchase 9 cows from the wife of a war criminal. What is happening right now? What an insane story, chat. What an insane story. And now that we have a bipartisan group of 105 lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans alike, moving to like try to hold the UN responsible for possibly expelling Israel from the UN General Assembly. If these fascists, this bipartisan group of fascists, Democrat fascists and Republican fascists, get their way and the United States breaks away from the international community and the United Nations and takes on an isolationist position on the world stage, like, get ready for everything being privatized. Like all of these operations across the world will be better suited by privatized. Like you won't be going through these international organizations, the United Nations and UNRWA, because UNRWA is Hamas. Remember. Like, do you understand? Like, I don't care what you're doing for the presidential vote. You should not vote for Donald Trump, but I do not care like what avenue, you know, what direction you go in with that other than voting for Donald Trump, right? Like, I don't care, because I want to talk about more important things that you actually have an effect on, like what's happening down ballot. Because Kamala Harris is a big, you know, is the favorite of the owner of this guy. Kamala Harris is not going to stop the genocide. Kamala Harris is not going to free kids from cages on the southern border. Kamala Harris is going to continue to build the wall. L hairline, true. Like, I want to talk to you about things that you have an effect on, that you can change. No matter who's the president in a few days, no matter who's the president in a few days, it will matter more what the makeup of their Congress and Senate looks like. It will matter more what the makeup of the local governments in the states, at the state level, county level, city level. When whoever becomes the president, either way, starts governing in the way that they want to govern. It will matter who is on the Hill and who is making up the governments that are running the states, that are going to implement the policies that trickle down from the Hill. Like, I don't give a shit what you do for your vote for president. I need to know that you know who your city council members are, how much money your police department is getting from your tax dollars. I need to know that you know who your state assembly member is, who your senators are, who your congressperson is. Because this guy, because this is bipartisan. War and death and the money that is made off of it is fucking bipartisan. I want Liz Cheney, yeah. Speaking of bipartisan, speaking of war being bipartisan, look no further than the Democratic Party being the party of the Cheney family. And it sucks when you hear Republicans saying yeah, fuck the Democrats. They have Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Yes, the neocons are now Democrats now. Yes, but you motherfuckers are no anti-war fucking party. Shut the fuck up. It's such bullshit. They love this shit. They love this shit. There's a reason why Eric Prince, the founder of Blackwater, is a Donald Trump fan. And there's a reason why Eric Prince, the founder of Blackwater, who's a Donald Trump fan, is a business partner with this guy, Kahana, who is a fucking fascist and a Kamala Harris fan. They're business partners. If there's no better, like, I don't think that there's a better way to illustrate to you the situation here. How bipartisan this is. Eric Prince, founder of Blackwater, business partners with this fucking fascist freak who is a fan of Kamala Harris. They're business partners. Either way, their business is booming. No matter which way you go, their business is booming. Fuck me. Wide Peepo Dini, thank you so much for gifting to Bannock Space Theorist. I was about to say terrorist. Thank you so much for gifting to Bannock Space Theorist. I really appreciate it. Putting us at 11 out of 25 in the daily sub goal chat. Chat, now is our last chance. I'm just going to go ahead and say it now. It's almost 6 a.m. and I'm pretty fucking tired and I'm starving. All right. I will stay to do comfy content with you if we hit that sub goal miraculously right now, between now and the time that the ad runs in 5 minutes, when I'm probably going to just wrap it up if we don't. Like, I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? If you want me to stay for a bit longer, we got to hit that sub goal. But in the meantime, I'm going to start looking for a place to head out to. Did I put the article in the chat? Here's the article that we just read. From Dropsite News, from Jeremy Scahill and Yaniv Kogan, on what we just talked about in the chat for you. Here's this also from Dropsite News, but from their Twitter, about the bipartisan group of fascists, Democratic fascists, Republican fascists, getting together to sock it to the UN for having a principled stance on not supporting a genocidal rogue state in amongst its ranks in the UN General Assembly. There's that. Also, reminder, LA voter guide, exclamation point LA voter guide in the chat. Here it is because I already have it up, but also exclamation point LA voter guide. If you aren't, did I not? Oh, I said later voter guide. God damn it. LA voter guide. LA voter guide. If you're in LA, if you're in California, it's also relevant to you. Some of it is relevant to you. But if you're in LA, if you are still awake somehow miraculously, or if you're just waking up for work or whatever the fuck today in LA, please make sure you're voting down ballot. Like I said, you're in a blue state. If you're in California, you're in a solidly blue state. If you're in LA, you're in a solidly blue state. There's a lot of important things on the ballot. Prison labor, ending prison labor and ending slavery that is allowed currently under the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Ending legal slavery in California is on the ballot. Ending a 20-year-old bill that is preventing rent control from happening in California is on the ballot. Over policing is on the ballot. The death penalty is on the ballot. Vote for George Gascon, somebody who does not support the death penalty as a district attorney. Okay. Do not vote for the people who the cops want. Where's that fucking thing? It's over there, far away. Exclamation point LA voter guide. If you're in LA, there's that for you. But chat, I think we're going to call it here. It's almost 6 a.m. I'm fucking tired. I'm super sleepy and I'm super fucking starving. I don't even know what I'm going to eat yet. Oh my gosh. But like I said, I would still stay. I could be convinced to stay if we hit that sub goal miraculously last minute here. If some random oiler decided to come along and bless us. You know, I could be convinced to stay and do a little urban rescue ranch and Steve Wallace with you guys. I'm just saying. Let's see. Let's go hang out with. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see. Who should we go hang out with? Let's go hang out with. Who did we raid yesterday? We raided Gremlo yesterday. That's right. Let's head into. Unless. Listen, last chance to hit that sub goal, chat. I'm gonna hit the raid message. I'm hitting the raid command /raid struggle 4 /raid underscore 4 struggle underscore 4. I'm just saying it's I'm about to do it. All right, it's all good. Let's head out. Let's go say what's up to struggle. Let's go say what up to Marcus. Let's go say good Morbin. Let's do a different raid message today. Let's do this raid message. Go follow all of my socials, chat. Please go follow all of my socials. Go follow me on Twitter, on Blue Sky, and other places that shall not be named. Go join the Discord for notifications for when I go live and to keep up with the community outside of stream, maintaining and facilitating nurturing community is very important in these times. Discord is one way to do that. Yeah, any last minute tippers, mod check pausers, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be back. 7:30 p.m. PST. We'll be interviewing the author of the LA Voter Guide, Chris Rell, with Cinemarxism for What's Left LA, our podcast. Come hang out with us tomorrow. It's going to be a banger. Much love to you all. See you guys later. Be kind to yourself. Be good to yourselves. Take your meds. Drink some water. Be kind to others. Don't be a dick. Don't be a pussy. See you guys later. Much love.
Enough of love light, and I can't believe it's not love. I can't help myself, and you don't have to say that.